Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request your attention? The focus group discussion and launching ceremony will commence shortly. Please be seated and ensure your mobile devices are set to silent mode. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the focus group discussion and the official launching of Repower Indonesia, an initiative on call to nuclear repower. It is both an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you today. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. My name is Abila Rahadatul Aishi, and I will serve as your master of ceremony of today's event. Today marks an important milestone in Indonesia's journey towards sustainable and innovative energy transformation. To begin with, it is my great honor to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guest from ITB, Director for Research and Innovation of ITB, Professor Dr. El Fahmi, Project Manager Dr. Retno Gumilang Dewi, and all ITB officials and participants joining us today. We are also honored to welcome EVP PT PLN Persero, Mr. Didik Fauzi, representatives of coal power plant from Jepara, Mr. Sutomo and Mr. Firdaus. Our esteemed speakers, industry experts, and guests who will share valuable insights throughout today's event. There will be 7 presentation sessions in today's event, covering various perspectives on coal to nuclear repowering initiatives in Indonesia and around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially begin our event, it is now my pleasure to invite the Director for Research and Innovation of ITB, Professor Dr. El Fahmi, to deliver his opening remarks and to officially declare the focus group discussion.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Di sini? Okay, good. Yeah, very good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to be here together with you. Of course, first of all, I would like to welcome you in Indonesia, especially our guests from Europe. Welcome in Jakarta. Hopefully that you can enjoy Jakarta, and also to Bandung, maybe you can plan to be there. Well, the Excellency Mr. Didik Fauzi Dahlan, the Executive Vice President Asset Management of PT PLN Persero, our guest, Repower Initiative guest from Europe, Mr. Albert Parayo from Spain, Mr. George Halder from Germany, we have talked this morning, and of course, Project Manager Pak Bob, Mr. Bob Effendi, and also Pak Rino, right? Together, Pak Rino is a very active person here. Principal investigators Ibu Gilang, Dr. Retno Gumilang Dewi, and representative from Tanjung Jati Beko Power Plants, Pak Sutopo and Pak Firdaus. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Institute Teknologi Bandung, ITB, and Quantified Carbons, and international institutes that give this global repower initiative that we would like to launch today, have really initiated their strategic partnerships. A Repower program is an innovative technology that might transform coal-fired power plant facilities to sustainable energy resources. The collaboration between ITB and Repower Initiative aims to assess the feasibility of repowering the coal-fired power plants in Indonesia, such as the one of the Central Java, Tanjung Jati B, right? This presented by Pak Firdaus and Pak Sutopo, into a nuclear plant power plants in which is aligned with Indonesian commitment to achieve net zero emission into 2060. Tanjung Jati B coal-fired power plants located in Jepara, Central Java, play a vital role in powering the city, densely populated Java Bali grid. Tanjung Jati was chosen was a case study, and we have several. I think I know there are several power plants in Indonesia, right, based on school. Powering a coal power plants with a nuclear power plants require a careful planning and designed to ensure that there is a sufficient space for all the necessary component and infrastructure. And the very important thing is that we can use all instruments and equipment in the coal to be in nuclear power plants. So the collaboration resulted in pre-feasibility study consisting the technology selection study, techno-economic studies, as well as the Indonesian policy studies. Concerning the Indonesian policy, repowering coal has been accommodated in the revised national energy policy this year. In addition, the nuclear power plant construction has been planned by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and it is written by the RUPTR document this year. This is very important document actually. And we are grateful to those give the contribution for this purposes. And then on behalf of rectors, I, as the Director for Research and Innovation, are really happy now that we have what we call the historical day today, right? This is a repowering initiative come from Indonesia, especially from ITB. So give applause to our initiative, Pak Bob and Pak Rino, and of course for all of you. Hopefully this initiative really encourage us really to be careful to study this one because it's really the big issues, the big issues in the next phase. Yeah. So ITB, of course, willing to continue to support the initiative in the future. We do hope this FGD forum focus group discussion activity is fruitful and support the advancement of science and technology in Indonesia. Of course, to contribute it for the net zero emission in 2060. Last but not least, we thank you again for your participation. We wish everyone has a great health and purpose life. And we hope this also the virtual meeting and everyone can contribute it for this meeting. Again, I would like to thank for all of you for this really good initiative. Hopefully the Indonesian is the will be the one main country for the initiative. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your inspiring message. Now we would like to invite everyone to come forward for a group photo session. And please kindly gather at the front area as our photographer will assist you. Oh.
we should say something, right? Yeah. Video. Repowering Indonesia. Okay. Repower Indonesia. Okay. One, three. Video. This is video. Okay. Okay. Repower Indonesia. Okay. One, two, three. Repower Indonesia. Very good.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to our first presentation session. The first topic is launch of Indonesia Repower Initiative, which will be presented by Mr. Bob S. Effendi from Repower Indonesia. Mr. Bob, time is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Bu Caca. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Professor Fahmi, for facilitating this wonderful event. Thank you, Parino, for these past 2 years, right, doing this. And thank you, Bu Gelang, and everybody that's involved in the project. So this Repower Indonesia, this study that we did, it's been a long journey, 2 years to be exact, ya Parino ya. That was, and then let me tell the story first, right? So the study was funded by an organization called Quantified Carbons, which is represented here by Mr. Albert and Mr. George Albert, right? And George, right? So it's been a long journey, and we have pictures. Yes. So it was agreement was signed in 2000, 2 years ago, right? 2000 what? 22, yeah. Was 2022, right? Albert? 23. Yeah. And then there was 2023, and then it's quite kind of a sudden, because at that time I think it was supposed to be done in Thailand, right, Albert? It was supposed to be done in Thailand, but suddenly it changed, and then it was last minute change, and then in ITB, and then that's become the first Repower Summit, global world Repower Summit in the whole world, right, Albert? Then after that we went to China, Poland, and what else? South Korea, right? South Korea with Bu Gelang, right? And then the last time with Bu Gelang was in Poland, right? So total how many Repower Summit, Albert? 4, right? 4, already 4. So there's I think 6 countries participating now with the studies, right? So we finish up the study. So the study when oh yeah, okay, right. So this is when it was signed in 2023, 23. So if you can look, that's me. This is Pak Yuli, yeah, previously before Pak Fahmi, and that's Stephen Kiss, and that's, you know, Albert when your hair was still short, right? And Bu Gelang there, and everybody's there, right? And Pak Satya Yuda Widya and Stephen Kiss, Lauli there. So this is in 2023. And do we have other slides? Right. So this is in China in 24, right? In Xiamen, right? Any other picture? Oh, this is the last one that we went with Bu Gelang in Poland, right? So what I'm trying to say is repowering, all right, coal repowering has been a global trend right now. There's 6, 7 countries participating in this global trend, and everybody's done studies on how we could repower coal plant into a clean energy. Now, why we want to do that, right? I mean, why is suddenly now repowering become a global phenomenon or global trend? Because of several things. Number one, when we talk about decarbonizations, right? Not too many people realize that about 1/3 of the total emission is actually coming out from coal power plants, right? So unless we can repower coal power plant into a clean energy, right? That's reduction of emission is practically very hard because totally globally you have about 2,000 gigawatts of coal plant around the world. And even in Indonesia alone, we have about 60 gigawatts, Pak Erwin, ya? About 60 gigawatts, both PLN and private company. So unless we can convert this 60 gigawatts of coal power plants into clean energy, I don't think we're going to be successful in reducing emission because that's 1/3 already, right? If the ones that stay, then that's it. We can't reduce any emission. So the problem in converting coal power plant into clean energy is basically you have two things, the most important, right? Number one is that you have to keep the reliability and stability of the grid. That's number one, right? Now, of course, coal is the primary source of our base load capacity. It's basically the structure, the main structure, the primary energy that driving Indonesian economy. Of course, you need to replace it with something also reliable and stable that do not sacrifice the grid, right? Stability is number one, meaning that you need to have a source that also can be used as a base load, but clean, right? So that's issue number one. Issue number two is that, of course, affordability, right? Affordability, that when you change it, the hope is that it doesn't change the cost structures of the power plants, right? So keeping in that mind, so the idea is, make it still very reliable energy, affordable. And of course, then you have right now the discussion around the world is actually coal phase out. Now, so one issue is about the emission. We know that if we don't change this 60 gigawatts of coal plant, then emission reduction will not happen, right? That's number one. So issue number two is actually the coal phase out. So the discussions has been phasing out coal. But why would you want to do that if you still have several assets, namely the turbines, that still have lifetime in it? And you still have the sites, the grid connection. If you are power people from the power system, you know how difficult it is to get the grid connection there, right? So you have the stranded asset issue. You still have a turbine that's working perfectly fine. So basically, what this Repower team globally see, hey, in order to repower coal, all you need is actually change the boiler, right? Change the thermal source, the heat source. Of course, you have several options, right? Several options. Over here, we call it but nuclear, but actually it could be anything. It could be geothermal, it could be nuclear, it could be thermal energy storage. That's why we call it that coal to X, right? So the X could be anything. Of course, the obvious choice is the thermal heat, also the thermal storage of the heat source has to be something that is stable, producing heat all the time, right? Cannot be fluctuating or depending on weather, correct? So the obvious choice would be either you have nuclear or you have, because why it has to be heat? Because we want to keep the turbine and the whole balance of land. So that's the idea, right? Keeping the whole asset and minimal, and then you have the questions, right? what if that the turbine and everything else doesn't match? Well, of course, then you have basically repower comes into three flavors, right? Then you have the full repower, meaning that the turbine match the heat source, which is practically it's quite difficult, right? Getting that match, but can be done, right? That's called full repower. Then you have the partial repower. What is partial repower? Partial repower is basically when the turbine, the generator and everything else doesn't match, so it's called partial, but some asset can be still used, right? So maybe you can't use the turbine, but maybe you can use the generators, right? So it's called partial. Then, of course, maybe, let's say all the equipment is already old, right? Then we have what we call the repurposing, meaning you still have the sites, you still have the grid connections, you still have the harbor, right? All those are valuable, right? I mean, I think PLN and everybody else in power business know how difficult it is to make a grid connection, right? To pull out cables across, people's land. So scrapping a coal site is not a good idea. So whatever the condition of the coal plant, whether it's full repowering, meaning you just take away the boiler and change everything else, right? Change the heat source, or partial that some can be used, or even repurposing. Meaning with that concept, we practically can repower the whole 60 gigawatts of coal plant in Indonesia within these three options. Meaning, you don't need to step it. You don't need to phase it out. So those are the stranded asset issue, right? Then, of course, you have the workforce issue. What if you phase it out? You shut down the coal plant. What happened to 200 or 300 employee of the coal plant, right? What did they do, right? So you have that issue. Then, of course, you have the grid connection issue that's already set, right? Pulling up the cables there. So, having said that, I think repowering is a good solution for both reducing the mission target and keeping the asset and the workforce and the grid connections, right? So that's why we finally did this study, and we choose Tanjung Jati Bay. It's as a full repower options. The technology selection in doing that, we use a tools that was developed by Quantified Carbon here. It's called Repower Score, which is very, very good, right? And should be developed further, I think, right? So we use that tools that is like an open source tool. You can use it. I think the address is www.repower.score, right, Albert? Yeah, repowerscore.org, right? So that's one word, right? Repower Score, repowerscore.org. You should learn it. It's very good, right? So we input all the power plant with certain criteria, and it ranks based on whether it's full repower, partial repower, or repurposing. So, and then Tanjung Jati Bay, and we choose, of course, in Java, receive one of the highest numbers. Now, Pak Eko, later on the presentation, will present how we did that, right? On how do we use the repower score. So then after we visit and we get the data. And so now we finish up the study, and after this, that Pak Eko and Pak Erwin and Bu Gelang will present the result. So I don't want to take a long time, but so that is the background story. And now I would like to call upon, right? Oh yeah, before I call upon, why we have this Repower Indonesia, right? So after we finishing up the study, right, It's called Repower Indonesia initiative. Why we want to do this, right? Because even though it's repower, it's already in national energy policy. It's there, national energy, thanks to Bugelang, right? And also in the National Electricity Plan, RUKN, for those who haven't realized, is in RUKN. In RUKN, it's called retrofitting. So it has an umbrella, but it has not become a project yet, right? So that's why we decided, Pak Rino, Bugelang, and everybody, we need to have an NGO, right, that will push this issue of repowering. This 60 gigawatts of coal plant could be a stranded asset, right? Could be a solution for emission reduction and net zero program, which is, I don't think outside this room, nobody ever heard about repowering, right, outside the room. That's why we create this initiative with ITB, with the support of Professor Fahmi and the Vice Rector, Pak Lafi, ya. Pak Lafi already supported. And then Pak Jisman also, right, supported this initiative, is to push this agenda. So in the next 2-3 years, we will have a actual pilot project, and we can have two things that we need to do, actually. We need to have a master plan, right, what I call a repower master plan. What is a repower master plan? A repower master plan is basically identifying those 60 gigawatts of power plant, which could be repower full, which could be repower partial, which could be only repurpose, just using the land, right? Identifying that and the timetable for that. So we need to push for a repower master plan. That's how I call repower master plan. The second, what we need to do is to push for a pilot project to prove that the concept works, right? So because of that, we decided to create a Repower Indonesia initiative. So having said that, I'd like to invite everybody that's involved. Number one, foremost, and Bu Gelang, Dr. Ratna Gumilang. Please come here, Bu Gelang. Bu Gelang is a driving force, also a lecturer in ITB, right? Now, she's also involved in the national energy policy, ya, Bu Gelang, ya, national energy policy. And so she's the one that's responsible to put repower, the terminology, in national energy policy. So Bu Gelang, just a short thing about how the discussion in national energy policy and national energy council, how that now repower become a put in the national energy policy.
Yeah, because of Pak Agus is there.
Okay.
From National Energy Council, Pak Agus. Yeah. Yes, please come.
Oh yeah, Pak Agus Puji. Come here, Pak Agus. Yes, this is Pak Agus Puji, member of the National Energy Council.
Thank you, Pak Agus. Yeah. When we discuss about the potential for nuclear power plant,
Yes.
in our national energy policy, Pak Agus, yeah, remember, and there are many type of technology.
Yes.
But we haven't put repowering. This is important because of if we have to do like a phasing down the coal power plant earlier,
Yes.
and then we still have a facility that is still can be operated, yeah.
Yes.
So that we can put repowering to reduce our loss in investment, as well as you discussed before. And I think repowering is important, Pak Agus.
Yes, I think, yeah, so repowering is very important here because we have 60 gigawatt,
60 gigawatts.
60 gigawatts coal-fired power plant. If we passing out all of this coal-fired power plant, it will be lost a lot of money, I think. So we have to, how to manage 60 gigawatt, can we still use 60 gigawatts of coal-fired power plant? So we
Into clean energy.
into clean energy.
Yes. Yeah.
So if we make repowering by nuclear or something else, maybe energy will be reduced and
Emission will be reduced.
Yes.
Emission will be reduced.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if we use biomass,
Yes.
yeah, the obstacle is collecting the biomass.
Collective. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, having said that, Pak Agus is National Energy Council, a strong supporter of nuclear. Both of them, Pak Agus and Bu Gelang, can be considered the one that responsible finally to put the word repower in the national energy policy. So for those who still hasn't realized, PLN and people from SDM, that it's there, right? The policy is there, right? It's been published also in the National Electricity Plan, Bu Gelang, ya. It's called retrofit. So further, I would like to call upon Dr. Rino Mukti. Yes, so Dr. Rino Mukti is the motor behind Parinos over here. So Dr. Rino Mukti is the motor behind everything because without him, nothing can be done, including this event, right? So Dr. Rino Mukti is an accomplished chemist, right? Has a lot of invention and patent, but now having done this 2 years, has become an expert in energy, right? So Parino, say a few words about the 2 years experience doing this.
Oh yeah, so thank you, Pak Bob, for the opportunity. So actually, I'm a chemist or chemical engineer actually by education. My last PhD education was in Germany in chemical engineering study. Now actually, I try to learn about the energy sector.
So what's your experience?
Yeah, so yeah, I think it's very important, and this involves multidisciplines, chemistry and electrical engineering, as well as mechanical engineering. All has to be melted in one pot, Pak Bob. So that's why we could probably maybe make a breakthrough, such as this repowering coal into other clean energy, such as nuclear. Yeah, thank you, Pak Bob, for your opportunity.
So the next one, that is a very important person. Without him, that we can't do this, is Dr. Erwin Mirza. Where? Yeah, hopefully, doctor, hopefully. So, Pak Erwin here is a former, come here, Pak Erwin. So this is my good friend. Master, yeah. But hopefully doctor, right? Hopefully doctor. So Pak Erwin, right? He was a former vice president in PLN doing system planning. And we worked together previously in Thorcon, right? Now become a lecturer in IT PLN, right? So very expert in system planning. So say few words, Pak Erwin, for the past years, your experience with Repower.
I think for the repowering, yeah, very important for energy system, yeah, because in Indonesia, especially PLN, about 80%, yeah, energy from the coal. I think if we want go to the net zero emission, so we must be create, yeah, not only retired power plant. I think this idea is not good, yeah. Maybe we must be changed to the other energy, thermal energy. So we can optimize PLN asset, yeah. This is very important for us for thinking about the not retired, yeah, but we must be repower for the other energy source.
Okay.
Like this, Mr.
Thank you. So I would like also next to introduce one of our very expert. It's Pak Eko. Please, Pak Eko. So Pak Eko here is by training a nuclear engineer. Come here, Pak Eko. by training nuclear engineer. So Paiko is the person that do the technology selection, that for the nuclear stuff. Paiko, say a few words because Paiko is the one that uses the Repower score, so very expert. So I hope that in the future, Albert, that we can cooperate and we could put Repower score in Indonesia, right? We could put Repower score in Indonesia in Indonesian server and develop it together with PLN, so we can evaluate those 60 gigawatts of coal power plant in Indonesia. Why it's important? Because it has to be here so that the data, because it's confidential data, is not outside in the US or abroad, right? That's why it's important that in the future that the tools, very important tools, I think, very brilliant tool, innovative tool that can be put in Indonesian server and can be used to assess those 60 gigawatts of coal plant. Paiko, please say a few words about Repower score.
Okay. Thank you for invite me in the group, and I'm very thankful to Albert and also George that we can learn about Repower score. And I want to learn much more about Repower score in the future because a lot of factor will be modified or something factor will be input again. Because right now on the 10 factors, we use it, maybe we need much more than 10 factors. I want to learn much more about the Repower score in the future. And after we join to the Repower Indonesia, I have to learn a lot about the nuclear engineering in modern society right now. Because right now it's in nuclear engineering fourth generation. There's a lot of technology developed in the nuclear engineering sector. Right now, about 6 different sectors in engineering, nuclear engineering. So I personally have to learn a lot of engineering technology right now. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Now, one of our also valuable member, which is also I would like to come here, very the youngest, is Mr. Luca. Come here, Luca. So Mr. Luca here, educated as a chemistry, right? As chemist. Actually, Mr. Luca here is a student of Mr. Rino, right? Dr. Rino, right? But instead of being a chemist, now he is an expert in AI, right? So he developed our website. He's responsible for developing an AI website, and we have put our study as a simulation in the website. So instead you reading the study, you can play around with the simulation of the study itself, right? Very brilliant guy, right? Say a few words, Luca.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Luca. I was a chemical engineering student at ITB. So I'm going all into AI this year. I have a startup that it's like a neo cloud for AI. We deploy open source LLM models, and I have developed an AI agent in the early of this year. And Mr. Rino calls my works, hey, can you do for the Repower or nuclear stuff? So I did some works, and I developed small things that you can swipe the parameters of our techno economies like VICC and maybe the cost of the Repower calculation. So you can see the LCOA for its parameters in our website. So hopefully we can deploy our Repower in Indonesia or the parameters. So it is locally deployed, locally hosted in Indonesia, and it's AI powered.
Okay, thank you very much. So what's the address?
The address is repowerindonesia.id.
Yeah, powerindonesia.id. Please open up and play around with the tools that Luca and our team developed. Now, our last team just joined. I would like to invite Miss Aknavan Julian 14. So Aknavan Julian 14 just joined our team, and she is educated as nuclear engineering, right? So Navan, just few words. She's not involved in study, but she will in the futures, right? Few words, Navan.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Bob, for inviting me to join the Repower. I couldn't say much now, but I'm eager to learn from the expert and can contribute in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is our team, but there is one more that cannot be here. That very important, have a lot of contribution. So we miss him a lot. We miss him a lot. He was part of the big team. He was instrumental in making the study, and his name was Dr. Nanang Haryanto, right? So I would like to make this thing to pray for him, right, and give him the best prayer and maybe a few about Pananang. Go ahead.
Dr. Nanang Haryanto earned his bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees in electrical engineering from Institut Teknologi Bandung, where he served as a faculty member and head of the Electric Power System and Grid Dynamics Laboratory at the School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics. Throughout his more than 3 decades of service, Dr. Nanang led countless studies and consultancy projects in partnership with PLN, Pertamina, and various international agencies, shaping the future of Indonesia's energy sector. He was also an active member of global professional associations such as IEEE, SIGRE, and IATKI. His dedication, integrity, and contributions to education and research continue to inspire many in the field of electrical engineering. His legacy lives on through his students and the lasting impact of his work. Let us honor the memory of Senior Nanang Haryanto, whose light continues Indonesia's path toward a sustainable energy future.
I'd like to take this place for a silence, 2 minutes. Let's close our eyes, bow down, and pray for Dr. Nanang Haryanto. Please, 2 seconds. Thank you. Okay. So I hope Pak Nanang rest in peace, that we miss him, right, Bu Gelang? Bu Gelang, maybe few words about Pak Nanang.
I know Pak Nanang since around 1990, yeah, and he teach us more about power, and yeah, I miss him. Yeah.
We all miss him. Thank you very much. So cut down the music. Now, on a happier note, I'd like to announce that today is the birthday of Bu Gelang. Yeah. Bu Gelang, happy birthday! This is a wonderful time, right? So, Bu Gelang, your birthday today, right? Your birthday. And thank you very much, Bu Gelang. This is from us. Yeah. Clap for Bu Gelang. Yeah. Happy birthday, Bu Gelang. Thank you very much. Right. So then, after these happy notes, we like also here to acknowledge and thanks to quantified carbon. So because without quantified carbon, because we aren't going to be here. So I'd like to call upon here Albert and George. Albert and George, come down here, please. Yeah, so this is Dr. George, right? George, you is what physicist, right? Engineer, right? And you are also engineer. Okay, so Albert, representing carbon, quantified carbon. Please say something about the programs.
Yeah. Yes. First of all, it's great to be here. Thank you, Bob, for making this happen. It's been now 2 years, as you said, since we started. The progress is happening very fast here in Indonesia. We're really excited about what's coming. We're going to talk later a little bit more about what's going on in the
Yes.
world. But really, for us, the initiative is about like starting up and catalyzing these projects in every country. So we're really excited that this is happening.
Thank you. Now, of course, these other groups or company would not be happening without it, which is represented from Tanjung Jati Bay. Pak Sutopo. Oh, Sutomo, Pak Sutomo, please, Pak Sutomo. Pak Firdaus, please to be recognized. Okay. So, Pak Sutomo dan Pak Firdaus. Over here, Pak. Yes. So, thank you very much. Number one, appreciation for giving permission, right, to use the data and power plant to be do the study for the repowering. Say a few words about the concept of repowering. What do you think?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so many methods always to achieve the net zero emission, not only the like the renewable energy, photovoltaic technology, but there's also for the repowering the coal-fired power plant, like Bob mentioned, use the nuclear. Yeah. We can utilize the existing asset with the new clean energy with the nuclear source. Like
Okay. Thank you very much. So, Pak, for our appreciation, we have this small thing, token of appreciation from us, from ITB, right? This thing. Oh, this is token for appreciation. Thank you very much, Pak. This is to put your pen. Don't look at the value, but the meaning, right? The meaning of it. So with that, I will end my long speech, and with this thing that I think we officially launch Repower Indonesia initiative. Big clap for everybody. Yes. Take pictures. Pictures. Okay. All right. Pictures. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, oh yeah, gini, hands up, hands up, hands up.
Yes.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay, good. Thank you very much. I give it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bob, for sharing the vision of Repower Indonesia. Next, we move on to the second topic, Introduction to Global Coal Repowering, presented by Mr. Albert, Repower Program Manager, and Mr. George Hausner. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Hello, hello. Yeah. All right. Perfect. So we're going to present to you, as we said, about the Repower Initiative, the global initiative. This is a project or a program that has been going on now since 2019. It was first initiated by Quantified Carbon. So Quantified Carbon is a consultancy based in the UK, where we do power systems modeling. And very recently, we started with the Repower CIC, which is a non-profit organization where both Georg and myself work at. What we're going to talk about today is 4 things. So we're going to go through an introduction of repowering, just to repeat a little bit what Bob has already been talking a lot about. We're going to go through the Repower Initiative, a global state of repowering, and finally, a very big focus on the Desire program in Poland. So this is a 2-year program that has been going on since 2023. So to start with, we have to think, as has been said already, that there's a huge amount of coal power plants in the world, right? Like we have 2 gigawatts, and the options that have been presented all over the world in the different organizations and governments and utilities is three things. We have either we continue operating this plant for until 2050, 2060, potentially using carbon capture and storage. There's also an alternative that is what we call the clean fuel switching. That can be either ammonia or hydrogen or biomass. And these are alternatives that, from our perspective, are not as sustainable long term and more difficult to implement. And finally, the third option, which is to retire, close this asset, and then build some capacity somewhere else. Of course, with all the challenges that come from doing that. And there is a fourth alternative that we know that exists. This is what we talk about and what we call repowering. It's like for like replacement. We replace equal amount of power to what we had before. We can maintain the site, maintain the workforce, maintain the permits, and very importantly as well, all the investment that has been in there. Oh, yeah. So when we think about the decarbonization of the whole world, right now in 2025, we have about, and here we only talk about electricity generation. So we're not talking about transport, we're only talking about that. We have approximately equal amounts of capacity. So it's 4.5 terawatts of clean and 4.5 terawatts of fossil. The current story is we just phase out, and we're going to have to increase by 2 to 3 times the amount of clean power that there is in the world, because we're going to electrify all the electric cars, the industry, and everything. But what we think is that if you would actually do repowering, right, there's all this valuable infrastructure that can be reused, and we think that's a great idea. That's why we're here. Bob has already talked a little bit about the different technologies, but we thought like we would give a little bit more insight into the different options. So we're focusing on technologies that can replace as much of the power as we had initially. And these are thermal energy storage, next generation geothermal, and advanced nuclear are those that can achieve that have really high density of energy per square meter. If you would replace it with solar panels or wind, you can do that, but you will only get to like 1% or 2% of the total production. So the way that we want to frame this, we really like analogies, and we think that we are here today. We're thinking about doing something that is quite hard. It's difficult, it's far away. And this is the energy transition. We're going to have to expand a lot of transmission significantly, build a lot more capacity, and then also retire these newly built assets. But alternatively, we have this red apple that is ready to be grabbed. That is not the only solution. We need the other ones as well, but it's very important to focus on this one, and that's what we call the low-hanging fruit.
And that's where we see that we have to bridge systemic needs which are not properly addressed yet. So we definitely have an initial need where we have the utilities that need to identify the alternatives for their coal-fired power plant. So for them, it's framed as a threat, and that they potentially need to abandon this asset and cease their operation. We don't see it as a threat, we see it as an opportunity. But to facilitate that, we need to take care of certain aspects and consider what is the status quo of the coal power and the coal power utilities. And these utilities, in our experience, they are very, very busy running their assets, increasing the economics of the plant, and evolutionary sequentially increasing their business. Business as usual, not being able to attend a lot of time to this topic, and they lack capacity and resource to explore and assess the options and even screen the options that they have for repowering. Because it's, so to say, it's out of their regular business. But what is happening is that there is increased economic pressure on the power plants and increased regulatory pressure, as Gumilang expressed. So there are policies imposed on these power plants, so they need to act. And this is where Repower comes into place to bridge this need and get repowering into implementation. So we, as a Repower initiative, we dedicate our mission to bridge this need and bridge repowering into implementation. So we forged a lot of partnerships. Bob already mentioned that, and Albert did too. So we do in-country partnerships and work with the experts locally. So we do that in China, we do that in South Korea, we do that in India, and we do that very successfully now in Indonesia, where we found a really good and dedicated team taking that off locally and really facilitating that with the experts locally for the people locally. We're also trying to expand to new geographies very successfully. We expand this also to public communication. As Bob said, like repowering is, we as experts or we as people working with it every day, we know what it is, assuming that all the other people know, which is not the case. And we need to bring this message out and really lift the spirit and not take it as a threat, but as an opportunity to repower in Indonesia these 60 gigawatts that are in place. So that's why we're also developing these tools for asset owners, for the target community that can really assess their power plants and like screen what options they have. And we are dedicated to expand the capabilities of this tool. And what we also do, we do projects and products in the country and really work with the asset holders and interact and addressing their needs. But like if we still take a step back, what's the status of coal power? Coal electricity, like electricity generated from coal, has not peaked already, so it's still increasing. So what we see here, it's a graph, it's a global trend where we see the total generated electricity on the globe over the years, and we still see that there is an increase if you take the average year by year. But this increase is fading out, so the gradient of build out of coal capacity is going down. So what we see here is the yearly change of added capacity or of generated capacity year by year starting from 2010. And what we see is that the average trend is clearly and consistently pointing downwards, only being interrupted by dips where the market stock sell-off was in 2015 and at the COVID crisis in 2019, 2020, where really also coal capacity generation went down significantly, but only to be put up again at the years afterwards. So we see a really big spike when economy took on again, but it's really just the integral of what has happened before, and the dip before was just overcompensated the year after, and then getting back to consistently going down in the build out of coal. And we saw that, and that's proven historically in coal producing countries like the UK, where they already peaked in 1925, and inevitably coal will peak and then coal generation will go down, and we need to build out this legacy and change the system and look for the follow-up technologies and solutions. And additionally, we have now the share generation of coal is already declining, and where we see an add-on or a massive add-on of renewables, which are inevitably additionally pushing out coal of the system. So we're in the need of a follow-up system, and that's why repowering is so appealing, because we can really use this capacity that we already have and the liabilities and the assets that we build for this generation of electricity. And here I put just the coal exports from Indonesia. So it's kind of an indicator what's going on in the world, because it's really big in exporting coal. So most of the coal is exported. And we see that in the last years, there is already a decline in coal exports. We don't know if that's the peak already. But if you look at the global trend and coal consuming countries, I'm almost certainly sure that we will see the peak coming in 2027, 2028. And this is why we need to prepare now for the transition and use these assets to move this into clean energy generation. And what we see here, we just put national programs that are fostering repowering already. So this is all news from governmental-led plans in the world, where India has announced just recently that they gonna repower 10 retired thermal plants into nuclear units, reach in total 100 gigawatts capacity by 47. So they're starting now. They're realizing that there is a need and they should act, should get going now. In Poland, we will go into that afterwards deeper. They have considered 4 sites for nuclear repowering, and they have already fostered that program. They have already prepared. They know what to do, and they're implementing, getting into talks with Westinghouse to purchase these nuclear reactors and really get into the feed phase of these missions. And South Africa just announced that they are planning for a coal to nuclear transition, and they are powering their country over 80% on coal, right? And what they see that in their country, coal is very unreliable. It's very country specific, but their solution is also they want to repower it and make use of these assets and speed up their energy transition and be in a strategically valuable and dominant position when they have implemented that. China is also going forward. They are also identifying coal-fired power plants. So they are in the phase of identifying the coal power plants, which they will repower next. And Indonesia is about to do the same. So here we have mapped. So it's not like repowering. It's for the outside community. It's something that they don't even know. And you might think this is theory or it's just a concept, but actually it's happening, and it has happened before. And we see traction getting bigger. So we just mapped around the United States, in the EU, in Asia, in South America. There have been 14 sites already proposed or being repowered. 10 sites are currently ongoing, being repowered, and 11 sites have been already completed for repower. Ranging through all of the options, which are solar and battery storage, it's nuclear, it's thermal energy storage. So there is a zoo of options that we have available for every power plant, and I'm sure we find a match for almost every power plant. That's why we have to analyze in the end, plant by plant, to see what's the best fit. But we see that there are a lot of fits. And talking about the fits, like geothermal is really a good fit for Indonesia as well, which is firm power. So if you combine that with nuclear, with thermal energy storage, that I'm sure it could be a very neat match. And it's going to be integrated with the other renewables, with the variable ones, where you can have a massive build out, but it can also provide still baseload power. So what we see is that repowering is moving from the idea to reality, with the proof of site repowerings, where we as a repower cooperate with HSBC. I will come to that in a moment. Where we work with asset holders, they are keen on repowering, and they are also preparing for what's up next. There are utilities in the US ongoing repowerings. China, as always, is going ahead and has done quite a lot already, and will do more in the future. And this is on a site level, but what I said before, that has to be combined with national initiatives, and that's what we see springing up as well. So there are these ones that we as Repower Initiative initiated, or were the catalyst. What we see in South Korea, India, Indonesia, and more like the most advanced is the Polish program. But we also see it now independently of us springing up, for example, in South Africa, which is also nice. So we see it's becoming out of hand. It's not only our mission anymore. It's really being adopted and being picked up elsewhere. So now I'm going into to prove there are repowerings having been already done. They're ongoing. There is this power plant in Texas. It has been, or it used to be, a 440 megawatt coal-fired power plant. It's being repowered at the moment right now to solar on-site and near-site combined with battery storage and next generation solutions with geothermal, or like it's a new system for storing energy underground. So it's geo-based, and they will combine that with geothermal, which they are now building out now. There is in China a repowering project that has been completed already in 2029. So they deployed 2 nuclear reactors, 2 AP1000 units, where they combined electricity generation with district heating. And that was the first of a kind project at a massive scale. So it's over 300 megawatts thermal, nuclear reactors providing district heat. And by doing that, they could shut down these 12 coal-fired units that have served that purpose before. So that has been done before, and that's a completed project on a very big scale. And what we see also in China is that they're very fast. They commissioned already a thermal energy storage at a coal power plant site with 1,000 megawatt hours storage. So that is massive actually. And that is important also, as Bob emphasized. This can be the API of repowering, where we then after on can tune in the follow-up solution, repowering the coal power plant, the primary energy conversion plant itself. And there is more. I'm only showing 6 here, right? There is another one recently completed, 2025, just a week ago, at a private plant where the industry utility repowered a gas-fired heat delivery system by solar photovoltaics and thermal energy storage. So they really cutting their gas supply and really reducing their gas consumption, and like tuning in thermal energy storage, repower that thing, and they are reducing their costs by that. So they are not doing that for the sake of the better, that too, I'm sure, but it's economically feasible, and it's creating value for them, and it's increasing their economics of the plant. In South America, we have another big project where they convert 560 megawatts coal-fired power plant to thermal energy storage by AES Andes. And that's a utility based in the US, and they are quite aggressive and quite active in repowering plans, and they are gaining now interest from BlackRock. So BlackRock is intending to buy that utility for a $14 billion price mark. So it's really becoming commercial now, and it's a moment of commercialization of repowering. And in Germany, we have, even in Germany, where the thermal resource is medium underground, the geothermal resource, we see that there are massive investments in repowering coal sites, where just recently they had a 50 million euro investment in a geothermal repowering of a coal-fired power plant, where they want to repower for the district heating with geothermal power. So that's what's going in the world, and I'm gonna be quick now. Also, Repower has a share there, and we are working together with HSBC. We're working together with an asset holder in Southeast Asia. The site is confidential, but it's over 1,000 megawatt capacity, so it's also a massive plant. It's also not old, it's under 5 years old, so recently commissioned. But even they are considering or already scoping their options for a follow-up option. And where we come in is really the ideation phase, where we bring this into implementation, into front-end planning, into execution, into like implementation of an engineering project. And that's where these these entities like Repower Initiative and Repower Initiative come into play, where they bridge this need for screen options according to geophysical market conditions, regulatory conditions, where you really get a full picture and can focus down afterwards on what you want to decide what your options going to be. And there we need also the asset holder and the utility integration, because otherwise it's not going to be implemented. So it's going to be hand in hand. And that's what we see personally. And I received that a very positive feedback, because we complement this business as usual and bring in the knowledge and expertise to bring this ahead. And and bring this into implementation.
Great. Yes, so we have the last part of the presentation. This is the project that we always talk about as the seed that got us started. So Stefan met with Lukas and Pavel from Poland, Poland Academics, and they basically started to do initial research. So they published a couple of papers, and then through the project and through all the interactions that they started to develop, Poland decided to fund a 1.4 million euro project for 2 years. This is what is called the Desire project. So it's the decarbonization of the power system. And they basically, we believe that these activities that have been performed can serve as a roadmap for the other countries as well. There's no need to reinvent and go through the same process again without taking the learnings. So these reports, or so the end of this project is going to be now in a few weeks or a month maximum, and there's going to be the results from this project. They will be published first in Polish, and then there's going to be translated in English. We already received or been in contact with other countries that already want to understand more about this. So we really think that this is very important information. And basically, just to outline quickly what they've done is they looked at all the coal power plants. So similarly to what would happen here in Indonesia with the 60 gigawatts. So they look at all the sites. They are mapped here in the map. And then they started with what they call the phase A, which means that they looked at the technical and safety aspects of these power plants, and they ranked them all the way to the top, where they select 2 plants for one pathway, and the blue color, and then the green color for the other pathway. So these are the 3 plants marked here. And basically the results from this analysis show very interesting things. So like the first 2 are what we call the brownfield site repurposing. So like this means just using the site to place, in this case, nuclear reactors. But the third one, which is the one that we think is most interesting, is the direct partial repowering. So that means reusing the existing infrastructure, the steam cycle. And what we see from these results is that there's around 20 to 30% decrease, or 30% for the overnight capital costs, and a 20% decrease in LCOE for the third power plant that they looked at. So this 900 megawatts that would be repowered in this case, hypothetical case, with Kairos Power nuclear reactors. And this actually confirms everything that we started doing from the beginning in 2019, that looked at the 20 to 30% decrease in costs. So this is really interesting. And of course, there's one thing, that is that Poland has a very old coal fleet. That's quite clear. But if we have that in Southeast Asia with really, really new, recently commissioned even power plants, the benefits are even bigger. And maybe one more thing that could be quite interesting to know as well is that the first nuclear power plant in Poland is going to be built here at the top, actually somewhere here. But the second one is going to be one of the 4 sites, or at the vicinity or at the coal plant, either Bełchatów, Konin, Kozienice, or Polaniec, which are plants that have been studied by the Desire program. So we're really excited about this, and we hope that this can be connected to the rest of the initiatives globally. And yeah, I think that this is enough for a summary of everything that's going on in the world. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's make it happen.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Albert and Mr. George, for sharing your valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short coffee break. Please enjoy a refreshing cup of coffee or tea along with a selection of light snack, and it's available in the gallery area. And we kindly remind you that the food and beverages are not permitted inside this room. So, and the focus group discussion will resume promptly at 11 a.m. So please be back in your seats by then. Thank you and enjoy your coffee break.
berikutnya dari
Bugilang. Iya.
Terus habis itu lunch kan?
Setelah Bugilang dari
Dari mana?
Pak Erwin Mirza.
Oh enggak, itu satu tim.
Oh, satu.
Satu tim nanti mungkin yang nanti Bugilang aja atau nanti lihat aja.
Iya.
Terus lunch kan?
Iya, setelah itu lunch.
Nah, terus TJB kapan? TJB?
Setelah itu Pak. Setelah lunch.
TJB
Andi.
TJB.
Ya.
Ini Pak Andi yang diganti sama Pak Sutomo.
Oh gitu.
Pak Sutomo namanya.
Yang tadi yang
awas. Pak Sutomo. Terus habis itu
ini dari PLN.
ini PLN nggak jadi nih, nggak jadi. Pak Rudi nggak ada. Itu juga nggak ada. Ini nggak ada. Langsung diskusi aja.
Langsung diskusi.
Langsung diskusi. Panggil Pak Bob. Gitu. Pakai belas tik.
Pak Sutomo.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request your attention? Please take your seats as the focus group discussion will resume shortly.
Apa ya? Hello,
Bu Gilang. Bu Gilang. Langsung tiga-tiganya Pak.
enggak, bilang aja tuh bilang Pak Eko, Pak Eko.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next event, we would like to welcome Bapak Heri Artadi, Kepala Satuan Teknologi dan Aset Manajemen PLN Nusantara Power, and Bapak Irfan Eko Budianto, Expert Engineering Design PLN Nusantara Power. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue, it is now our pleasure to commence the next session on Executive Summary Repower Study in Indonesia, Tanjung Jati B CFPP as a case study, which will be presented by Dr. Retno Gumilang Dewi from ITB. Dr. Retno, time is yours.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the time. I would like to just summarize, not summarize, introduction. Why we do the coal repowering in Indonesia energy transition for this study, and also the background and what condition that is supporting for repowering implementation in Indonesia. And later maybe Pak Eko and also Pak Erwin will follow with the detail of the result of the study. We know that now Indonesia is face the difficulties to develop for energy transition because of require high efficient system and also new renewable, particularly for the low zero carbon energy, because of Indonesia's long time rely on the fossils and difficulties to move away from fossils. And we know that is later fossil will be become have a risk of stranded asset, particularly when we want to achieve the net zero emission under the document of Indonesia, second NDC, and then now net zero emission because of we have a commitment for the Paris Agreement, but also the latest of national energy policy. The national energy policy just released in 15th of October, and then under the national energy policy, we have a long-term strategy for energy transition. And national policy latest is the target for high economic growth by our president, 8% in 2029 target. And then it will lead to high energy demand, particularly for electricity, because of the target can be achieved if we have a downstreaming extraction industries, processing critical minerals, also developing labor-intensive manufacturers, and increasing social welfare along with the economic growth. So that because of it's not rely on the heavy industry, it's very short time, and then the government will rely on light and medium industry. It means we will rely on electricity, and then the power sector will have important roles in supplying energy in Indonesia. And what is the challenge in supplying high electricity demand in power sector? First, because of we have to consider also mitigation on greenhouse gas emission. Then the process is done shifting fossil fuels and redeveloping the whole energy system to be operated using low or zero carbon emission energy, particularly for new and renewable energy. And then the government target to begin operating nuclear power plants under RUPTL 2025 and 2034 that is just released will lead to achieve national new and renewable energy target in energy supply mix as stated in national energy policy. And also RUKN is National Energy Planning, and how to keep peak of energy sector in 2035. Even we know this is RUKN will shift a little bit in until 2037. That's why if we can introduce early with the new energy, particularly in nuclear power plant in 2032, I hope that the peak emission can keep in 2035 because this is important. Why? Because of its already commitment in under our LTS LCCR and also the second NDC. Because of second NDC just last night submitted to UNFCCC, and then under the second NDC there is written there that in power sector the reduction of the emission can be achieved also from new energy and other renewable energy. That's why the term of new energy can open possibility to use nuclear power plant and as well as the repowering. And a repowering system dedicated to transforming coal-fired power plants into sustainable energy, for example, like nuclear or advanced geothermal, but maybe Pak Erwin and Pak Eko can explain about the advanced geothermal here because of somebody in the back asked me what is the advanced geothermal can replace for coal boiler and how to bring the heat from advanced geothermal to the plate. As defined in also in national energy policy, because of under national energy policy, it's written there about retrofitting, and the under explanation in the appendix of national energy policy also written what is definition of repowering. And aligned with the Indonesia energy transition and also Paris Agreement commitment, and to achieve net zero emission in 2060. And this is the roadmap of GHG emission reduction toward 2060 under national energy policy. First, we know that is a GHG emission level in energy sector. The remaining of GHG emission, it's still 129. It's a low because it's difficult to achieve zero emission, and for the remaining of emission will be offset with the volume. Because of we have more than 180 gigaton can be absorbed the remaining of GHG emission in 2060, including from energy sector. And then for the power sector, the power sector promise that is a 2060 can be achieved zero emission. It means we can have electricity with a zero emission in the future, and close to 2060 and 2050, it's almost zero as well, so that the industry can access the green electricity. And why repower? First is many options to decarbonize in power are expensive because of entire coal-fired power system are totally replaced by new renewable energy and or other low carbon emitting energy technology. Replacing the entire with the NRE technology would result in the loss of existing facility value and also the occurrence of stranded asset. But we also consider that is a coal, not stranded asset in the facility of the power plant, but also in the supply chains of the coal itself. But in some places, for example, like in Bali and close to Celukan Bawang, Celukan Bawang, I think the community around there complain about the coal power plant because of a pollutant, but not in other places because of the place is already polluted, and then additional with the coal power plant, maybe it's not like in Bali. This is the possibility also if we replace with the renewable that is also release pollutant, for example, like a biomass, and then it's not much change the demanding for the people to have a clean air in around the places. And I think this is the possibility for repowering with the nuclear reactor there. And also because of with the nuclear power plant, we can reduce the obstacle in biomass collection, because of the difficulties to fulfill the demand of biomass. Even it's only 5%, 10%, we will need collecting biomass maybe around 100 kilometers. This is the case study from power plant in what do you call this, Suralaya 2, and also we have a assessment in the Python. And the government target to begin operating nuclear power plant in 2032, as stated in RUPTL 2025-2034, will lead to the achievement of highly new and renewable energy target, because of it's difficult in the short term. We have to achieve the share of renewable energy is increased significantly without using the biggest share of power plant like a nuclear power plant, but replacing totally 100% with the with existing coal power plant, as I mentioned before, it will need high investment. So if we just replace some part of this power plant, can be save the investment. And this is the primary energy supply mix in under the new national energy policy, and we can see nuclear, I think 11 and until 12% target in 2060, but we'll start in 2032. It's same like in RPTL 2032 as well, and the share of renewable energy in primary energy supply. The target is 70% in 2060, but we will start in 2030 with a 19%, 23%. And we got critics from NGO here. Why national energy policy is not support for renewable, and we have to explain to them its difficulties to increase significantly, not in terms of the percentage because of our demand is very high, and compared to other country because of our people is now is 268 million compared to maybe Germany is only 80 million. And then I think we are not talking about percentage, but how much is it? And the share of new renewable energy in power sector, 24 until 25% target in 2030. It's slightly below that is the target of old national energy policy. In national energy policy 2014, I think. And this is the power sector, and we see that the nuclear power is 35 until 40 gigawatt target in 2060, and yeah, as I mentioned before, this is around 250 megawatt in 2030, and then we have to think about how to jump from 2030 to it's only 30 years, and then we have to consider 35 gigawatt. Yeah. And repowering potential of coal to new and renewable energy, including nuclear, in the national energy policy, because of we see that there's a target of reducing coal power plants start in 2030 increase from 64 to 70 gigawatt in 2035. It means we add 18 gigawatt for the coal power plant. This is the possible that we can replace with the new or renewable energy, but also possible if the old coal power plant can be replaced by repowering with the nuclear or with the other type of new energy. And for the high scenario means because of we are talking about low scenario and high scenario. Low scenario is for assumption if the GDP growth is low, 5% until 2060. But for the high scenario means 8% in 2029, and the whole until 2060 assume that is about 6.4%. And nuclear here, it's higher than I talked before. This is because of includes for producing green hydrogen and also green ammonia. And in Article 16, we can see that it is the use of NRE from nuclear energy is directed at generating electricity, including repowering. But I think the terms of repowering also include retrofitting and cogeneration. In the explanation part, what does it mean for repowering? Explained in the Article 16 and also explanation in the appendix of National Energy Policy. Under Article 55, also we have the terms that change the terminology of final option because of we are in the previous we always talk about nuclear is final option, but now it's not final option. And this is Energy Mix 26 and the possibility that is the potential for option for repower technology, full, partial, or repurpose, as Pak Bob mentioned in the morning. And the possibilities because of we still have coal, but equipped with the CCS, and also natural gas with the CCS, and also possibility that we will have a co-firing, biomass co-firing plus CCS that will lead for negative emission technology, so that why we can achieve net zero emission in 2060 in the power sector because of we also consider co-firing with the CCS. And nuclear independently is about 35 until 45 gigawatt. And also this is the new build, and other renewable energy is almost 24 gigawatt. And the potential for implementing the repower, I think, cannot work here. I think this is this part can be changed with the repower. And criteria for repowering potential, we have learned about the assessment of how to select the power plant that can be included as a repowering, because of it's a lot of information and data around in Indonesia, but we focus on Jawa Bali, and we select criteria. First is seismic risk, tsunami risk, flood risk, population density, cooling type, water stress index, and also emission intensity, production cost, effective age, and retirement date, and then reactor matching, and also power delivery type. And from this criteria, we can have some potential for the existing coal power plant can be repowered, but we will focus in the Jawa Madura Bali grid, and with the result is this one. This is Tanjung Jati B1, Tanjung Jati B3, Python 1, Python 9, Cirebon 1, Indramayu 1, Suralaya 1, and Suralaya 8 can be selected as a potential. And then the blue one is a full replacement, and the red one is a partial, and the gray one is site. This is the selected coal power plant in Java Island. The priority first is Tanjung Jati, because of the total score is 72, not only from the site repurposing, but also full repower and also partial repowering. And the rest is, I think Suralaya is the last, because we understand that Suralaya is site is close to Ring of Fire area, is close to Krakatau, and then I think, but still possible, but the total score is 47. Yeah, and we just discussed with Pak Parman as well, Pak Agus. Is it possible that we can learn how to select with the score? And I just discussed here. And Pak Bob, it's possible if we can like a training hybrid system from Indonesia with the Germany, and then learn again about how to repower score. Yeah. Workshop. Yeah, online. Yeah, and from Indonesia, I think is hybrid is better, because of difficulties to understand by ourselves if we have a discussion, a group like this, and then online with our colleague in Germany. Yeah. And this is selection of Tanjung Jati B Unit 1 and Unit 3, lower peak ground acceleration among the coal power plants, and the highest ground acceleration value that appears on the surface of the area within a certain period of time to seismic vibration. But I do not know at the time why Cirebon is not included as a.
But when we approach them, they kind of, because it's private.
Okay, yeah.
So actually, Cirebon has the highest.
The highest score, yeah. Yeah.
We did talk with the CEO and with Parino, but they declined.
Decline. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because of I'm worried that is the people will ask why Cirebon is not included. Yeah, the highest score. Yeah. And PGA value is somewhat related to tsunami risk and flood risk, because of I think Cirebon is very good place. Yeah. And Tanjung Jati B is in line with the planning of Indonesian State Electricity Company, because of a state company. And Tanjung Jati B will be 24 first year old, and in 2033, I think we still have time, more than 10 years, yeah. And for the age, this Tanjung Jati has a high score. Yeah. And Tanjung Jati B can be repowered into other greener technology. And is it possible not only from nuclear reactor, but also we include the possibility using advanced geothermal because of from the source of the steam from geothermal. Yeah. And this is area, but I don't want to talk more about this. I think Pak Eko and Pak Erwin will present about Tanjung Jati B and also the assessment in techno-economic as well. And repowering for CFVP, Tanjung Jati is located in Jepara and play a vital role in powering in the dense populated in Jawa Bali grid. Is chosen as a case study. Current Tanjung Jati B, particularly Unit 3, is a coal-fired power station site, maybe large enough to accommodate the nuclear reactor, cooling system, as well as other equipment. Repowering of coal power plant with the nuclear power plant required careful planning and design to ensure that there is a sufficient space for all the necessary component and infrastructure. But I still remember when we have a feasibility study, we not have a possibility that replacement is not only for the coal boiler, but is it possible that if we include the engine, for example, for the turbine, yeah, because of I do not know the economic analysis. Because of during the economic analysis, we separated, only focus on the boiler. If we also include the possibility because of the obstacle of one of the production of the steam itself, because of the low quality of the steam and also contain much water compared to for the coal-based boiler, and then we can produce like a supercritic superheated steam, yeah, superheated steam. But from nuclear power plant, I think it's not like superheated. Yeah, that's why we need hot convert, because of if we still have a content high water content, and then got problem with the turbine. Yeah. Similar like in geothermal, steam from geothermal. Yeah. Nuclear power plant require much more space than coal-fired plant due to the complex system and also cooling water system and safety mechanism, spent fuel storage and waste management. When I was in Japan with Pak Agus, I saw that is how to place the fuel from nuclear power plant in a big area, and then like a pond, a very big pond, yeah. And then, yeah, that's why land acquisition is more than if we still using a coal power plant. Yeah. I think this is my presentation, but yeah, I saw that is a initiative from ITB, the picture, and also Xianmen, Bandung, and we have a lot of meeting after that. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Retno, for the comprehensive presentation. Next, we will hear from Mr. Erwin Mirza from Repower Indonesia, who will present the following topic. Mr. Erwin, time is yours.
Apa berdua? Kan yang teknikal Bapak. technical aspect. Technical aspect dulu.
Iya, lanjut ya.
Yang di sini aja, Pak.
Okay, good morning. I will introduce the very early about the technology selection in the repowering with nuclear. For this is the objective of on scope of the study about the access feasibility of repowering using nuclear power plant and identify the most suitable coal power plant for pilot repowering using repower score by quantified carbon, and also recommend nuclear technology compatible with existing turbine right now. And actually, the repowering score already explained by Bu Gelang, so I will be move to the technology matching. Okay. We start from this picture about the coal power plant. Typical coal power plant is you have a boiler, turbine, generator, and the other apparatus. The boiler produce steam, a very specific steam, different boiler, different steam quality or different steam parameters. So with kind of boiler we have right now, we will produce a specific steam. The other hand, we have also nuclear. Nuclear also have the specific steam produced from the steam generator in the nuclear power plant. So can be interchangeable between reactor nuclear and boiler in the coal power plant. This is the question. If possible, maybe the reactor or nuclear can be replaced by coal power plant or otherwise. Coal power plant can be replaced by nuclear. Let's go to the typical coal power plant and nuclear power plant in the world. The coal power plant is, they have three types: the subcritical, supercritical, and ultra supercritical. The subcritical working under pressure about 16 megapascal and temperature about 538, something like that. Supercritical pressure much higher and also temperature much higher. And ultra supercritical is much higher, pressure 32 and temperature above 600. This typical coal power plant. What about the nuclear power plant? Nuclear power plant, there are also some in the subcritical, some in the ultra supercritical, and all supercritical. Like the pressurized water reactor in the old one, the subcritical with pressure only 8 and temperature very low, but 290 degrees. It's very low. And nuclear power plant with sodium cool fast reactor, they have a pressure about 50 and temperature higher, but 500. And the very high temperature gas reactor, they can be applied in the supercritical or ultra supercritical because the pressure very high and also the temperature above 600. This kind of typical nuclear power plant and coal power plant around the globe. Bob also remind us, but in this study, when we make a study, we have to replace on the boiler with nuclear power plant. That means full for repower. And we are reusing the existing turbine, generator, condenser from existing coal power plant and cut emission, preserve job, and reduce the capital expenditure. And that's the cases in the Tanjung Jati. We have Tanjung Jati B Unit 3. They have a characteristic. The Tanjung Jati have 660 megawatts. They have steam temperature about 548 degrees. This very high temperature. And pressure is about 60 MPN and flow rate also about 600 kilogram per second. What kind of nuclear power plant might be suitable for replace the boiler from the Tanjung Jati? We have 4 selective power plant. Number 1 is high temperature gas reactor from China, 670 megawatts. We have natrium project, this is supported by Bill Gates. We have 345 megawatts in Wyoming. And there's Kairos, about 100 from US also, the 150 megawatts. And we have a BRX, this is boiling water reactor between US and Japan. It's a 300 megawatts. We can look at the steam temperature. Steam temperature from China, HTRPM, 566. This is more than steam temperature from Tanjung Jati B. Also natrium, also the same. And Cairo, also the same. But the boiling water reactor is only 1,085, so below the prerequisite for the turbine in the Tanjung Jati B. The pressure also this one, and the other one is flow rate. We have flow rate from China is more than flow rate from Tanjung Jati B Unit 3, but we don't have any information regarding the 3 and the 3 nuclear power plant because it's under design. So the current status from China that right now in the detailed design for 600 megawatts, but they have 200 megawatts already under operation, starting from December 2023. This already in operation. So in that cases, the HTRPM 600 is the best choice for using in the repowering program in the Tanjung Jati. This HTRPM 600, this 6 reactor, this the reactor, 6 reactor, and this the parameter of the Tanjung in the HTRPM 600. This is the current status of the HTRPM 210 megawatt is already under operation in China. So this reactor already proven. So usually Indonesia, subsidiary of Bapeten, they only said the proven technology will be adopted in Indonesia. So the HTRPM is maybe a good choice. How do we implement the repowering in Indonesia? Repowering maybe it's not much as we knew the green one, a green reactor or a green, what do you call it, brown green field. We started feasibility study maybe take 1 and 2 years in the first second years, and licensing, site licensing, and we started licensing for construction, with site preparation and construction, and 4 years until 7 years. Like now, the power plant is a modular power plant. They can put faster than the old one. Maybe 4 years is enough, because in the repowering we have built only in the nuclear island. We don't put the steam generator or steam turbine or generator. So we have only put the nuclear island. So the time should be much shorter than one. We make startup in the 7 years or when COD or commercial operating date in the 8. This potential risk for repowering. We have to know about that one, about regulation, because regulatory delay is everywhere, happen everywhere, not only in Indonesia. In the United States, regulatory delay is very, very challenging for nuclear. So in the early coordination with Bapeten as a regulatory body, we have to put in the first. And the other one is public concern. That's very important, because Tanjung Jati or not the coal power plant is near the population area, near the populated area. So we have to convert the community, to engage the community to be what's call it agree about the repowering the coal power plant in this area. The technical mismatch, we have maybe different parameter from nuclear power plant with the existing turbine demand. So maybe thermal integration validation have to be done in the earlier. So when we discuss with the nuclear designer, we have the point which one would be to be consolidation. And financing, maybe Pa Erwin will be discussed further about the financing. It's not easy to finance the nuclear power plant. There's benefit of repowering. We reduce the CO2, but maybe 70-90%. We reuse infrastructure, and we lower the capital expenditure about 25 under 30%. And that's more important, like Pak Bo said, that is the extended plan of life from 30 years, maybe until 60 years or even 70 years. So they're very important extend plan life on the coal power plant like now. The important also the strengthening of nuclear readiness in Indonesia, also for workable capacity for Indonesia. So, we conclude that Tanjung Jati B Unit 3 is a best suite for nuclear power plant repowering. And HTRPM 600 so the optimal estimates and availability right now for case in the Tanjung Jati, and feasible within 2033 or 35. There will be a timeline with RUAN and zero emission in 2060. But recommendation initiate full feasibility and stakeholder roadmap. That's very important. When we start the initiate full feasibility, right now we have only what we call pre-feasibility study. The feasibility study itself is be done quickly. Early coordination with the regulatory body with Bapeten is very important, because Bapeten very fast if we talk to them about the licensing, and community engagement is also very important. to us. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. That Pak Erwin, your turn.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to explain about the techno-economic analysis because I think this is very important if we want to repowering coal power plant. This is the main assumption, yeah. Construction time about 4 years, yeah. And then capacity factor, greenfield. This is greenfield, and then this is repowering, and this is if we continue operate the coal fire. Capacity factor 80%, yeah, same capacity factor, and same capacity megawatt electric, and then we assume total operation time 30 years, yeah. And then for the overnight cost, capital cost, because this is we assume the small modular reactor, 3,500 US dollar per kilowatt, yeah. And then for the repowering, we reduce repowering saving about 32%, so cheaper than a greenfield, yes. And then this is we assume for the IDC rate, loan and IDC rate about 5%, yeah. Okay, this is the result, the calculation, yeah. Total of overnight cost, greenfield, yeah, this is greenfield, and then repowering and coal. This is value tax, yeah. And then this is IDC for 4 years, and then we calculate total investment cost, yeah. Overnight cost, tax, yeah, value added tax, and then interest during construction. This is for the capex, calculate the capex. And then this is calculate for the OPEC, yeah. For the fuel cost, because the same fuel cost, greenfield and repowering, yeah. 36 US dollar per years, and then coal 149 US dollar. Yes, yeah. About maybe about 3 time, yeah. 3 time cost, yeah. 3 time or 4 time coal expensive than the nuclear fuel, and this is decommissioning cost, yeah. This is operation and maintenance cost, then carbon tax, yeah. I think if we assume maybe next 10 years, yeah, but I think it's not realistic for now, yeah, yeah, because we don't know how about the next 10 years, yeah. The carbon tax, yeah, carbon tax. This because next 10 years maybe the carbon tax is very important, yeah. If we continue operate the coal fire, maybe our product there are not use the our product, yeah, product like the yeah, maybe there are no people use the product produced by the electricity from coal. But now I think is okay, yeah. Okay, this is the LCOE. The cost of electricity, yeah, for the greenfield, yeah, about 8 cent, yeah, 0.9 cent US dollar per kilowatt hour, and then repowering, yeah, below than the repowering, and then coal, yeah, coal is maybe 9 cent, yeah, because the cost of the carbon tax, yeah. So we can see the carbon tax, yeah, very high, yeah, for the carbon tax, yeah. And then this is a capital cost, yeah. This is no capital cost, yeah. And then for this is the calculates about the carbon tax, yeah. The carbon tax for the about the we assume about 4.17 cent US dollar per kilowatt hour, yeah. So this is the carbon tax variation, yeah. The percent carbon tax if the price, yeah, we when we calculation about the carbon tax about the 50 US dollar per kilowatt hour. So if the carbon tax it's 10, this is the critical, yeah, critical for the install the repowering, yeah, because this is the critical, yeah. But now maybe in Indonesia maybe we don't carbon tax, yeah. This is the critical the carbon tax price. Okay, this is for the calculation net present value for the greenfield. If we use the tariff about its yeah, electricity tariff, yeah, it's cent US dollar per kilowatt hour. The net present value is negative, yeah, and then for the repowering positive, 507 million US dollar, and coal is negative. This is the payback period, yeah. So I think this is very important for Indonesia how to the tariff, yeah, because tariff coal fire now about 6 to 7 cent US dollar per kilowatt hour. So if we build greenfield, yeah, and we use the 8 cent tariff, so this is a negative net present value. This is a very important. So this is the problem if we want to build a nuclear power plant in Indonesia. Maybe for the other country like Turkey, maybe they high tariff, no matter build the new nuclear power plant. This is for the, if we use the tariff 9 cent, yeah, this is positive, yeah, positive payback period 23 years, yeah. Not good for the private investor, I think. And then they said the repowering, yeah, and this cool. Yeah. I think for the conclusion, yeah, repowering is enable asset retention and continue the revenue for the, especially for the Tanjung Jati B, yeah. If they choose the repowering or the retired, yeah. And then benchmarking the global study, yeah. Example, Poland and China, yeah. Convert both technical economic feasibility of coal fire to nuclear repowering. Yeah. Repowering offers strong environment again to the significant CO2, yeah, CO2 reduction and higher generation cost, yeah. And then our economic assessment, yeah, LCOE, we use LCOE and net present value for the repowering Tanjung Jati B unit 3 to nuclear more profitable, yeah, then continue coal operation or build new greenfield nuclear power plant, and then existing coal power plant asset and workforce can be optimized, and we can reducing the cost, yeah, up to 32% compared to greenfield nuclear project. Okay, thank you. This is our presentation about the economic analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Erwin and Mr. Eko for
Saya add ya,
closing.
let me add before after this we have lunch, but let me summarize, right? So if you can see from the study we done, the Repower program can only be feasible because of this three aspect, right? Number one is when you have a higher carbon tax, right? Which is currently it's very low, right? So the question is about will the carbon tax go higher, right? Will carbon tax go higher, and will the carbon credit will go higher? Because two things, right? The carbon credit can be offset, right? Because like the presidential regulation just recently produced, I think presidential regulation 110 2025. See, the previously carbon credit it's set at $5, yeah. Whereas like in Europe it's already close to €100, right, Albert? 100 euro. So imagine, right? So the question is, will either carbon tax or carbon credit go higher and higher? That's the questions, right? Now, previously the government pegged the carbon tax at $5, carbon credit at $5 peg. So with these new regulations, actually the government open up into the market. So if the government open up in the market, imagine that the demand for carbon credit will be go higher. So this presidential regulation will push the carbon credits going up, and eventually also the carbon tax. So we did, which is not included here with AI. So we foresee, right, that the next 10 to 15 years from now, we could reach carbon credit above $18 per ton, right? So therefore, within the next 10 to 15 years, this will be viable. That's number one, condition number one. But if you look at the timeline, let's say, for examples, if we want to do, let's say, repower, right? Possibly because, possibly, I think it has to be after 2032. So two things. Number one, that supposed to be that the government already have the first greenfield nuclear power plant. It's called greenfield. This one is be called a brownfield, right? Because existing. So it has to be after 32. Second, if you look at the timeline for Tanjung Jati Bay, I think by 2033 or 2, it's revert back to PLN. Correct ya, Pak ya? I think will be back to PLN, and from my understanding, it will be given to Nusantara Power, Pak ya? Hopefully. I mean, that's when I talked to Pak Ruli, katanya, that's what he's saying, right? So meaning that between the carbon tax, between the timeline of the first nuclear power plant and the timeline of when Tanjung Jati Bay will revert back to PLN, actually it's match, right? So therefore, right, even though nothing can be done now in terms of constructions, but preparation towards that, I think personally has to be done, preparation. Because this is just a preliminary to show, hey, it can be done techno-economically, right? The second why this will be viable, number one, I already mentioned, it depends on the trend, and the trend is going up, and the government already allow it to go up, right? Will be a market driven. Before government said, now it's market driven. So it will be like Europe. Europe like, sometimes like, I think several years ago, 100 euro, right? Now it's go down to 70, right? 70 euro. Imagine Indonesia, $5, right? But the trend will go up. The second is the DMO, domestic market obligation on coal. As long as the government are giving PLN, because PLN is the big bulk of the 60 gigawatts, and 40 gigawatt itself is PLN, are having this DMO. Question is, right, do you foresee that eventually, because the DMO is not enjoyed by the captive market, so let's say if I'm a smelter, I'm building my coal power plant, I have to buy the coal at $100, not at $70, right? So if the government let go of this DMO, eventually because of, let's say, pressures, right? Because of the pressure from international, that, hey, this and that, right? Eventually, I think government will. Most likely after we have nuclear power plant. Most likely, right? So that eventually the DMO will be let go of because international pressure. We do the simulation. Yes, it's possible, but we don't know, right? But if that's possible, we also think that it will happen at least in the next 5 years. At least for carbon tax in next 10, for letting of the DMO possibly in the next 5 to 10 years from now. So those are the two conditions, I think. Repower will be. Now there is a last condition actually, which do not reflect those two, which actually the cost of the reactor itself. Now the numbers that we use or the reactor, actually reactor that is already proven and already having more developed design. But we know in the pipeline coming, there are reactors that very cheap, like, 3 cents, 5 cents, 4 cents, those kind of type reactor, which is still in the pipeline. So if this type of reactor come online, which we predict within the next 10 to 15 years, this fourth generation very cheap reactor, right, which I know is being developed right now currently, this also will be viable. Because if you look at the number for the reactor, it's quite high. So if that fourth generation type of reactor, which is very cute, very cheap, for example, like molten salt reactors, right? This also will be viable. So at the end, there's three scenario, and all those three scenario we predict, we analyze all of them within the next 10 to 15 years, right? So what happened in the meantime? In the meantime, preparation to be made. In the meantime, we need to map out score or the 60 gigawatts available, what is can be full repower, partial repower, or repurpose the site. So I think that's the conclusions. And we hope, of course, that SDM and PLN could push at least two pilot, one is large scale, which I think Tanjung Jati Bay is suitable because we've been there, very large land, very large land, very far from population, very far, it's far away. I mean, you know, from the nearest town, maybe 2 hours, 2 hours from the nearest town, and very good harbor built by the Japanese, so very good quality. So I think if we want to pick a good pilot for large scale, Tanjung Jati Bay is a good choice. So I think that's my conclusion, and thank you very much. And now let's have lunch, and we have further presentation after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bob, for the conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is now being served. We warmly invite area. Please enjoy your meal at the tables provided. And kindly note that food and beverages are not permitted in this room. And we will resume the discussion promptly at 1:30 p.m. Thank you for your kind attention, and please enjoy your lunch. 2 menit lagi, Pak. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the focus group discussion and the official launching of Repower Indonesia, an initiative on call to nuclear repower. We now continue with the afternoon session. And the next presentation will be delivered by Mr. Sutomo, Manager Pengendalian Pemeliharaan dan Outage Tanjung Jati B Coal-Fired Power Plant. We are delighted to now hand the session over to Mr. Sutomo. Mr. Sutomo, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. I will bring my presentation in Indonesia. Sorry, my English not so good. Yeah, it's okay, Pak ya. Okay. Sorry, Mr. George and Mr. Yeah. Baik, kami akan menyampaikan sekilas terkait dengan pembangkitan Tanjati B. Dalam hal ini masih dikelola oleh PLN, yang dimana di tempat lain sepenuhnya sudah dikelola oleh anak perusahaan, baik itu di Indonesia Power maupun di Nusantara Power. PLTU Tanjung B ini berlokasi di Desa Tubanan, Kecamatan Kembang, di Jepara, Jawa Tengah. Kalau kita ada niatan ke Jepara pasti tidak ke sana, Pak, karena tidak dilewati jalur Pantura. Jadi kalau nggak ke sana atau tersesat bisa nyampe ke sana, Pak. Dua itu ya. Kita ada 4 unit dengan kapasitas masing-masing 710 MW gross atau sekitar 660 MW net kapasitas dengan area seluas 150 hektar. Dan kontribusi kita ke sistem Jawa Bali sebesar 7,97%. Ini kontribusi dari Tanjati B yang 1, 2, 3, dan 4. Dan alhamdulillah pada tahun 2004 untuk PAF atau kesiapan membangkit kita mencapai di angka 9,81%. Dan untuk spesifik fuel consumption atau coal consumption ini sebesar 0,4165 kg per kilowatt hours untuk konsumsi batu bara setiap kilowatt hours-nya. Dan beberapa pencapaian atau achievement di tahun lalu cukup banyak juga. Ada 6 kali Propermas, ini adalah Beyond Compliance dari untuk kategori lingkungan, 6 kali berturut dari 2019 sampai tahun 2024. Kemudian ada penghargaan Sproto Awards dalam hal efisiensi energi dan K2 dari tahun 2021 sampai tahun 2024 sebanyak 4 kali. Dan kinerja efisiensi terbaik atau specific coal consumption untuk kategori PLTU tipe full versus coal nasional di tahun 2024 dan keandalan di tahun 2024 juga.
Ini beberapa juga dari sisi environmental dan social innovation kita mendapatkan dari NCA dan untuk goal sosial dan ekonomi environmental. Kalau kita lihat di dalam slide ini, posisi ada di paling atas ini Pak, untuk posisi PLTU kami, menjadi B, ini mendukung sistem Jawa Madura Bali yang terkoneksi ada 2 tipe saluran yang terkoneksi dengan menjadi B, ada 500 kV dan 150 kV, jadi lengkap. Jadi lengkap untuk transmisinya ada 2 tipe, 500 kV dan 150 kV ini yang kemudian mensupport kebutuhan Jawa Madura Bali. Ini sangat strategis, kenapa? Karena posisi PLTU ini di tengah Pulau Jawa yang mendukung transfer energi atau beban dari timur ke barat. Kita tahu bahwa beban masih banyak di sisi barat dan dari sisi produksi listrik masih kurang sehingga perlu didukung dari sisi tengah. Kalau kita ngambil dari sisi timur, tahun itu losis semakin besar sehingga kenapa ini kemudian menjadi posisi strategis dalam mendukung sistem keandalan Jawa Bali. Ini coba kami sampaikan terkait dengan skema proses bisnis yang ada di tempat kami karena ini satu-satunya ada di Indonesia yang menggunakan konsep leasing. Jadi sebenarnya secara aset ini adalah belum milik PLN sepenuhnya. Ini adalah aset leasing di mana kepemilikannya adalah masih dipegang oleh dari Sumitomo Corporation Pak, dari pihak Jepang. Kemudian kita ingin memilih sebuah pembangkit, tidak ada modal sehingga kita harus punya kontrak dengan pihak Jepang untuk dapatkan sebuah pembangkit dan kemudian disewakan ke PLN Pak selama periode 20 tahun. 20 tahun itu untuk unit 1, unit 3 dan 4, 1 dan 2 Pak. 1 pada 3,5 tahun dan 20 tahun. Ini perkiraan berakhir di tahun 2020 Pak dan 2021. Kalau tadi yang rencana RUPTL-nya 2033 lah ya, 2023. Ya, udah lebih lah ya. Sudah selesai gitu. Ya. Ini banyak stakeholder Pak yang terlibat di pengelolaan PLTU Tanjati B ini. Ini ada PT CJPIN sebagai perwakilan dari asset owner. Kemudian ada PLTJB sebagai asset manager atau yang pihak yang penyewanya. Dan operatornya ini ada 2. Ada 2, ada TJBS dan KPJB. TJBS ini adalah konsorsium antara Medco Energy dengan pihak Fortum Finlandia untuk operation and maintenance company-nya. Kemudian berbeda dengan 3 dan 4 ini dioperasikan oleh konsorsium antara pihak Korea yaitu Komipo Pak join dengan NB, PJB sekarang berarti NB. Jadi secara langsung ini ada andil dari teman-teman NB langsung dalam pengoperasian dan pemeliharaannya. Dan tentunya untuk kebutuhan batu bara ini juga kita berkontrak juga dengan pihak coal supplier dan juga pengapalan juga kita berkontrak dengan BHG yang notabene juga menjadi anak perusahaannya PLN. Ini visi dari PLN TJB. Ini cita-cita kami adalah menjadi 10% large green and smart coal fire power plant, di mana posisi kami sekarang ada di mencapai di stop 10%. Kalau kita melihat pencapaian per September tahun ini di angka 93,83% dari sisi kesiapan atau EAF. Kemudian dari sisi effort ini di angka 1,22 untuk pencapaian persen, sedangkan di standard notes itu 1,63 untuk effortnya. Kemudian untuk mendukung green coal fire power plant tentunya di PLN UK dan JDP juga menerapkan PLTU batubara yang ramah lingkungan di mana dalam rangka untuk pencapaian net zero emission. Jadi memang banyak jalan menuju Roma Pak. Tidak hanya monoton di satu teknologi saja. Jadi banyak jalan. Kemudian kita juga mencapai itu dengan beberapa cara. Di antaranya tentunya ada beyond proper, ini adalah proper mas tadi yang kami sampaikan. Kemudian ada co-firing yang sudah kami coba trial dengan menggunakan beberapa jenis biomas. Sawdust sudah kami coba menggunakan serbuk gergaji itu Pak. Kemudian ada rencana menggunakan dari impor dari Thailand Pak, sorghum. Sorghum itu yang coba kami. Ya Pak? Sorghum ya? Bisa lagi Pak. Jadi karena stakeholder banyak Pak, jadi kan juga ada program, di sisi asal juga punya program. Jadi saling support Pak. Salah satunya dia impor Pak. Timur. Oh, baik. Timor Leste ya. 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 Kemudian ada juga untuk gas greenhouse gas reduction kita juga menerapkan low NOx burner untuk mengurangi gas NOx. Kemudian ada carbon trading juga sudah diterapkan Pak. Jadi karena kita sudah ada untuk carbon dioksida yang sehingga kita membeli dari pabrik dan kita bisa bayar Pak, atau membeli dari inline gitu. Ya, masih murah Pak. Masih murah $5 Pak. Ya. Kemudian ada juga green hydrogen plant. Ini untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendinginan generator sehingga kita punya plant sendiri untuk menghasilkan gas hidrogen. Yang awalnya ini menggunakan power supply-nya atau kebetulan menggunakan dari pembangkit kita sendiri sehingga kita ganti menggunakan solar panel untuk kebutuhan operasional untuk hidrogen plant ini sehingga kita menyebutnya sebagai ya terus Pak. Cuma untuk kebutuhan terusnya kan betul Pak. Itu kita buatkan dari PV. Nah, sehingga kita sebut sebagai green token plan itu, Pak. Ya. Kemudian di progress ini kami menguasai terkait dengan carbon capture and storage ini masih tahap feasibility study bersama dengan teman-teman dari Repower Bank sejauh mana terkait dengan kelayakan untuk teknologi ini juga. Selain tadi yang sudah disampaikan untuk Repower dari Negeri ya. Ya, punya opsi semakin baik, Pak. Punya opsi semakin baik mana yang paling affordable, paling murah dan paling tepat ya dalam untuk prosesnya itu. Kemudian tentunya jika kita terapkan untuk smart coal power plant, kita lagi on progress juga untuk mendukung bagaimana pembangkit bisa beroperasi secara smart dengan menggabungkan teknologi ke dalam proses operasi dan pemeliharaan di pembangkit. Ini banyak fitur yang akan kita buat, Pak. Ada dari sisi efisiensi, kemudian ada dari keandalan, kemudian sampai bahkan nanti ke budgeting, gitu, Pak. Ini coba kami sampaikan pencapaian Pak kami di tahun ini. Ini bisa kita lihat yang paling kiri, ini story Pak. Story untuk pencapaian kesiapan membangkit, alhamdulillah cenderung naik Pak. Ini per September ini di angka 93,83%. Ini kesiapan pembangkit selama ke September. Kemudian untuk historinya ini terendah kita di tahun 2021. Ini karena gangguan yang cukup besar waktu itu, sehingga harus membutuhkan recovery yang panjang Pak untuk di tahun tersebut. Ini dari sisi keandalan atau reliability, ini hampir sama dengan EAF, artinya pencapaiannya ini di per September kita di angka 1,22, EAF semakin rendah semakin bagus Pak, semakin rendah semakin bagus, dan semoga tahun ini juga akan lebih baik dari tahun sebelumnya, tahun 2024, dan bisa kita jaga sampai tahun-tahun selanjutnya gitu. Kemudian ini adalah tren dari specific fuel consumption atau coal consumption, artinya berapa kilogram batu bara yang dibakar untuk menghasilkan 1 kWh. Ini kami di angka 0,4192 per September. Ini kami lakukan. Kemudian implementasi biomass co-firing juga kami lakukan juga dalam rangka untuk mendukung itu. Dan juga yang membedakan kami adalah kami punya teknologi flue gas desulfurization FGD system yang fungsinya untuk menangkap gas SO2, di mana di tempat lain itu belum ada. Ada tapi dengan tipe yang berbeda, menggunakan air laut. Kalau di tempat kami menggunakan batu kapur yang batu kapur yang kemudian itu dihaluskan. Itu kita menggunakan ini Pak. Kalau di tempat kami menggunakan spek untuk coal burnernya, itu yang teknologi yang untuk bisa menurunkan NOx gasnya. Ada. Oh gitu. Ada Pak itu Pak, ada. Ini Pak, ini yang kemudian bisa menjaga emisi gas SO2 yang dihasilkan dari cerobong ini masih memenuhi baku mutu lingkungan yang kemudian bisa memenuhi dari KLH regulasi. Ini dari sisi kebijakan keanekaragaman hayati atau biodiversity dan restorasi lahan. Ini beberapa program yang sudah dilakukan dan berjalan sampai sekarang, yaitu ada program transportasi terumbu karang. Ini di Pulau Panjang Pak, di Jepara itu ada pulau kecil yang terpisah dari Jepara. Itu Pulau Panjang, kita ada program transportasi terumbu karang. Kemudian ada konservasi fish apartment. Yang ketiga ini penanaman pohon mangrove di pesisir pantai, Ujung Watu dan Skuro, ini untuk mencegah abrasi pantai. Yang keempat ini ada, jadi tempat kami ada ini Pak, penangkaran rusa Pak, di dalam PLTU itu Pak. Sampai itu kalau ada yang mau ngambil nggak apa-apa, buahnya Pak anaknya. Iya, cepat Pak itu Pak bahannya. Dan yang terakhir ini konservasi vegetasi yang dilindungi juga kami lakukan. Seharusnya itu Pak dari kami penyampaiannya. Terima kasih. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Sutomo, for the insightful presentation.
Okay, saya ambil alih ya. Okay, so the next session will be a discussion. So I will ask, ya kita diskusikan Ca ya. Okay, I will ask people to come. So please, the committee, maybe 6 chairs here. So okay, so while the committee is preparing the chair, I would like to sort of like updates. So what's next for us for Repower Indonesia? So hopefully the next agenda for Repower Indonesia, we going to establish the legal entity, right? And so then, because right now is we still use ITB as legal entity. So the next form is that, and the second is that we hope we have a continued support from quantified carbon, yeah, Albert, continued support. Two things that we discuss, and number one, that's we've been discussed, that we will make a Repower Score workshop, right, in December. This is a very wonderful tools, and we have discussed with Albert that quantified carbon agree to kind of transfer, right, the tools to Indonesia so that we can use together with PLN, with ITB to assess the 60 gigawatts of coal plant, and of course to make further refinement of the tools. The second that we hope, I think that 95% agree, yeah. Still 10% Albert, yeah. Okay, so I can tell right, yeah, because it's 90% agree. Without overstepping your authority, okay. The second, which is say maybe still 50-50, I hope we have further studies, ya Albert, ya, with quantified carbon. So this second study, it's very interesting, Pak, is that we're going to study to repower enhanced geothermal. So we're going to study for this one. This study is for nuclear reactors, 600 megawatts, but we know that a lot places in Indonesia, we have small scale coal plant. It's like 50 megawatts, 100 megawatts, right? So we choose Bangka Belitung. We have Air Anyer there. It's about 100 something megawatts, right? And then we heard also Bangka Belitung is going to be put as the first smart grid installation. Betul ya Pak Didi ya? Pak Didi masih ada di sini ya? Oke, oh iya Pak Didi ya, ini dia, nggak kelihatan. So so we going to do a repower study and also a grid study for a small grid like Bangka Belitung, and hopefully we plan to do study for Air Anyer to repower with enhanced geothermal. Now, this enhanced geothermal is not like a regular geothermal. It's not like conventional geothermal. So while we have this, so a lot of people don't understand what is enhanced geothermal, what is the difference between conventional and enhanced geothermal. Now, for that, I'd like maybe before we start discussion, maybe George or Albert, George, maybe you can explain a little bit to the audience. What is enhanced? Come here. What is enhanced geothermal, and what's the difference? You know, and what's the economic? Is it like more expensive, more cheaper, and what's the status right now? Right? Go ahead, George. 5 minutes.
I feel like a school kid now.
Huh?
I feel like a school kid.
School kids?
Being asked to the teacher.
Well, because I'm a professor, George. You're only a PhD, right? I'm a professor. Okay, sorry, right?
Okay. Geothermal is like all the other, like geothermal, it's the name, it says it, right? You harvest energy from the geosphere, from beneath our feet. So it's heat that you want to harvest. And
not water, yeah?
It is water in the end.
Yeah.
But with conventional geothermal, that's facilitated already also now in Indonesia and elsewhere on the world. There you have a natural water reserve that is heated by the earth, or by, like, our earth core is heated by radioactivity. Again, we have nuclear energy heating our earth. And if you have cracks and faults, and obviously you have many of them here in Indonesia, by this, you're sitting directly at the ring of fire, where you have a vast supply. I think it's the best place in the world, together with Iceland, for geothermal reserve and resources. But to make yourself able to tap this energy, you must be independent of this natural water reserve. So not on every place on the ground you have a natural water reserve or a water well that you can harvest. So what next geothermal means, it's in the word, it's next generation geothermal. You drill a hole, and it's typically it's deeper than conventional geothermal.
How deep?
So that's recently people say like 6 to 7 kilometers depth is viable. And meanwhile, they apply technologies from the drilling and oil and gas exploration, so they can also drill, like they drill down vertical and then they turn horizontal to increase the surface. And then you need a crystalline rock, that means a hard rock in the end, yeah. So you cannot penetrate it with water normally. So you drill into these geological structures. And that's why you need to go so deep, right? Because they are deep underneath, and the resource itself is better because you're closer to the earth. And ideally, you have a crack or a fault, and then you get more upwelling from the earth mantle. And then people distinguish between advanced geothermal and enhanced geothermal. So it's like geology that I'm talking now. It's geotechnically, I'm not an expert. I just make myself familiar with that. And then, like, the system is always, there is no water there, so you inject the water.
So you inject water from above.
So you have water from above, then you inject it into the depth, let it heat up, and either you connect two holes with each other that you drill two holes and you like drill into the vicinity of each other, and then by enhanced geothermal you activate your rock by pressurizing the water inside and fracturing the stone down there. So you make it penetrable between the two holes, so you can pump down, heat the water up, and the water is being pressurized and seeks the easiest way with the lowest resistance, and it either comes up where you have the other hole and where you release it. So that's the one system by cracking, that's enhanced geothermal, and the other one is advanced geothermal, that's more expensive, where you connect two holes with each other. So it's basically just a heat exchanger, closed heat exchanger. That's more difficult and more expensive. And there are many systems, so it's like you could pressurize the water down there and it comes up another hole, or you have I imagine it more like a cylinder, like a combustion engine, where you have two holes that are not connected underneath, but you connect the holes above. So you open a valve above and the water, you pump it back and down, right? You pump it down that hole, you have fractured, so the water has room to disperse in the earth, warm up. It comes up when you open the valve. You harvest it above where you have a turbine or a combined cycle system, and then you pump it down again.
What is the advantage then?
You can do it almost everywhere.
Everywhere.
So that's the nice thing about it. Up to now, the drilling is the most important part, and the thing is that you rely a lot on data. So you gotta have good data and good exploration. So it needs more preparation than just a nuclear power plant, for example, because nuclear power, it's more obvious what the resource is. So our knowledge of the depth is not as good yet. So it's always beneficial if there had been drillings before, or you had oil exploration or oil and gas. So if you have much more data, it's easier to deploy.
What is the status right now globally?
The best drilling companies at the moment are from the US. So they have almost drilled everywhere on the US, right? You find holes everywhere, and they are very professional in drilling for oil and gas. So that's where they are now top notch. And there are some companies like Fervo who are developing now. It's driven by data centers, actually, that boom for geothermal power, and they're getting contracted. Even from the defense ministry. So they have contracts to power military bases in the US. So if it's feasible for the military, I would guess it's feasible for everyone. Yet it's more expensive than depending on the resource, right?
Yeah, depending on the resource.
So here it would be less expensive than in Europe, for example.
Yes.
But for example, a whole Munich, they are it's 2 gigawatts of heat they need. I think it's 2 gigawatts. At least it's 1 gigawatt, but it's an enormous amount of heat. And they only rely on natural thermal resources, which is 100 degrees C. And they will serve the whole city
in Munich
in 2030 only by geothermal.
Really?
Which is nuts.
Germany,
Yeah.
Munich, München.
But it's like electricity prices are higher.
Yeah.
In Germany, they're quite high actually. So they can do it. And the resource is not as good. So here it would be vice versa, right? Drilling would be more cheap, and the resource is better. So it should be much cheaper. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you actually have some geothermal power plants.
Yeah, we have
already running
geothermal,
with
yes.
natural geothermal.
Conventional geothermal.
Conventional, yeah.
Yes.
But like you have a lot of potential, and that's in my eyes, it's the natural step that you expand your efforts to geothermal.
To enhance geothermal.
Thank you. Enhanced geothermal.
Yes.
In that sense, yeah. So you will be first players in leading this technology and deploying it. So it's beneficial actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, George. So please sit down for the discussions. So that's so we hope, and by next year we hope, with the support of quantified carbon, Albert, we can do the study for repower to enhance geothermal, right? Hopefully, and we already talked to PLN, Pak Didi, Pak Eko. So we already sent letters for our intent to do that, and hopefully got positive response. So having said that, I would like to invite several people to the front. Of course, number one is Bu Gelang. Bu Gelang, please. Okay, and then of course, Pak Erwin. Pak Erwin. And George, you already here. And of course, it would not be complete with PLN. Pak Didi, please. Yeah. So Pak Didi is from PLN, Executive Vice President. So meaning Pak Didi works directly under the directors. And of course, from Nusantara Power, Pak Heri or Pak Irfan, one of them? Okay, right, please Pak. Okay, so we're gonna have a discussion. So before I start discussion, I would like this discussion because to be frank and because we try to find solution ya, Bapak-bapak, Pak Didi, and also to point out that in the front of us we have two kind of important government official. Number one is Pak Agus Puji, right? A member of the National Energy Council. Of course, everybody knows him, right? The strong motors in pushing nuclear. Without him, I would say there's not going to be nuclear, right? Give a clap hands for Pak Agus first, okay? Bravo, Pak Agus. So second, of course, we have that it's Bu Gelang. Everybody knows Bu Gelang from ITB. Also work closely with SDM and National Energy Council. But what maybe people don't realize, Bu Gelang has a new job. Bu Gelang yang boleh dikasih tahu Bu ya. So this is very important, gentlemen, ladies. Is Bu Gelang now working in the President Advisory Office. So President Advisory, they have several. One of them is Professor Purnomo, right? It's advisor on energy, right? And Bu Gelang now it's staff from Professor Purnomo. So having said that, what I'm trying to say is, because we're trying to find solution, of course, this is still in the cloud. We're not touching the ground, right? So we want to get this thing touching the ground, right? Because I think this is very good initiative. Again, like I said, if we don't get this, then 1/3 of total emission is basically coal, right? And coal phasing out or shutting down, or in bahasa Indonesia, they call it suntik mati, George. Is the death sentence, you know, they call it the death injection by death. So the media call it suntik mati, is the, you know, when you have like people convicted, they inject you with poisons. worse word, I don't know why they call it suntik mati, right? So they don't call it phase out, they call it just, you know, death sentence. Could be the right word, right? That is why it is very important we find a solution for these 60 gigawatts. Otherwise, it could literally be a suntik mati, that sentence, right? And we don't want that. So that's why from the cloud, we know that we have already in National Energy Council, we have already in National Plan, and we have in RUKN. But then the question, how from there to down here, right? That is the thing. Hopefully within 45 minutes, an hour, we can have some kind of solutions. Right. So having said that, I would like maybe the first person to give opinion is Pak Didi from PLN. Pak Didi, please, what do you think, Pak Didi, of this idea of repowering?
Okay, thank you. But I don't have any enough preparation here.
Your personal opinion, Pak Didi.
Okay. Actually, I want to update about PLN position in nuclear development in Indonesia. The first one, we have a joint study. Actually, this comes from the House of Representatives, Pak Edi Suparno.
Yeah, Edi Suparno.
Pak Edi Suparno have a cooperation with the Tony Blair Institute, TBI, and the TBI have a pro bono, as a free consultation for us how to communicate, also map the stakeholder of the nuclear person. We also have a study with Gajah Mada University because they have a nuclear department in Gajah Mada.
we already mapped that a lot of ministry and lembaga ya, body ya, in the government, that if we want to build a nuclear power plant, we need around a lot of permission, a lot of regulation that must be accomplished. And from the UGM study, they said that 2032, it is almost impossible. Yeah, because when we do the business as usual permission or regulation completion, it takes until 2034. This is for the SMR, 250 megawatt, as set in the our 10 years plan or RUPTL. But the good news that come from TPI, they already sent us a report that Indonesia is leading countries in Southeast Asia for the nuclear power plant, because we already state the site selection.
Yes.
It is in the third step. Malaysia, Vietnam, and also Thailand is in the second step. They already put the nuclear power plant into the roadmap of the energy, but not yet the site selection, because Indonesia is already select the Sumatra and Kalimantan and also the technology. And the last one is Philippines and Singapore. They just already start with the MOU. Yeah. For my point of view of this repowering, I think right now is around 60 until 70 energy mix come from coal. Yeah. You know that the CO2 emission is around 820 per and if we reduce it with CCUS or CCS, it just decrease until around 300, I think. And for the nuclear power plant, for the CO2 emission is only 0 until 12 gram per kilowatt hours. Yeah. So it means it is almost neutral carbon, almost zero. Yeah, zero carbon. And I think, and if we see the presentation from Tanjung Jati Peak, our first plant, nuclear power plant, actually in Muria.
Yeah.
Maybe all of audience in here know that Muria is our first plant, nuclear power plant.
Site,
yeah.
Site. Yeah.
And the exact location, the site location is the village near this Tubanan.
Yeah.
Near this one, in the same district, same kecamatan.
Yeah.
But in the different village.
Yes.
It's just different village. So I think the acceptance right now is high, because when I heard from the resident of this Tubanan village, they said that they already accept the CSR. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Tanjung Jati Bay. And the other village, we call it Balongan or something. Balongan, yeah, Balongan. Balongan is the site of this nuclear power plant. They said that when the nuclear power plant can come, because
they want the CSR.
Yeah, because of the CSR. So I think so I think the acceptance of this location is very high, and I think it can be large nuclear power plant, not only SMR, because you know the power system stiffness, or we call it in bahasa apa ya, indeks kekuatan sistem, power system stiffness ya. In Jawa Bali is around 1,500. So we can accept this large power plant, large nuclear power plant, maybe 1.2 giga or 1 gigawatt. So we can accept that. But if we build the nuclear power plant outside the Java Island, in Sumatra, the power stiffness is still 300 megawatt per head. So we must build the nuclear power plant below this power stiffness if we want to connect with Sumatra interconnection. It is the same with the West Kalimantan. West Kalimantan is also around 300 megawatt per heads, yeah, because we have a connection with Sarawak via 275 kV connection. Also 300 megawatt per heads, the power stiffness of West Kalimantan. So for the large power plant, it must be installed, it must be built in Jamali, Jawa Madura Bali connection. That is my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Pak Didi.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Pak Didi. So just for your information, like sharing about the licensing process, I think in accordance to Bapeten, the longest the government allowed in the latest government regulation, maximum time allowed for nuclear power plant, it's about 7 years. Right, that's a maximum, meaning that 7 years they counted when the document is on Bapeten's hands. Right, then Bapeten made correction. Right, when Bapeten give it back to the applicant for correction, that doesn't count. So only counting when it's in Bapeten's hands. Right, so because if they go beyond the 7 years, then the applicant can sue Bapeten. But it doesn't say that how long. Let's say if we keep it for 1 year, not doing nothing, that is could be long, right? Second is that true, if we are building a regular in place large scale, you're looking at time scale about 5 to probably 7 years, right? But nowadays, for example, you have like what they call the floating nuclear power, the Rosatom floating nuclear power plant, the FF100. I mean, I have insights information from them that it takes them only 2 years to build from you sign contract until the plan is arriving in Indonesia at whatever site, only 2 years. Now that's what they claim, right, from reliable source. And that also it's true, the difficult part is actually preparing the site and the regulation, the permit, everything that will take long. But if we take that 2 years, and you know that I've been doing this for many years, for 10 years, that if we have a time scale of about 7 to 8 years, I think it can be done. Of course, not developing a large scale, right? Something like a floating that is ready, that is within next 2 years can be, right? But again, the important is the site. So you mentioned about the site, even though we have these 28 sites, but right now this 28 site has not been investigated extensively. So importantly, if we want to have something ready before 2034, 2 things must happen, Pak Didi. Is number one, by next year, we already have the site selected by next year. And we already have to have the developer selected, right? So if we cannot do that by next year, it will not get to 2034. So that's my opinion, Pak Didi, but that's for another story, another discussion that could be very long discussion. We should have a separate on that. So the next part that we haven't heard is from Nusantara Power, right? So Nusantara Power, here we have Pak Heri. So Nusantara Power, as studied from the presentation, Tanjung Jati B, it's currently in 2030 will go back to PLN hands, yeah, will be from PLN hands, leasing from Sumitomo, right? And I heard from reliable source that once it's in PLN will give it to Nusantara Power, right? Now, uh, so of course, because Pak Heri here works directly under the President Director of Nusantara Power, Pak Ruli, maybe you can, because also I heard that Nusantara Power have done some simulation also, nuclear simulation for Python, Pak, ya? For Python. So meaning that it seems that Nusantara Power already thinking about repowering, right? And of course in Python, but this is more interesting case, you know. So what do you think, Pak Heri?
Thank you, Bob. So in Nusantara Power, we already have a joint study with BRIN. The study is about the simulation study called to nuclear power plant. So we have a coal simulator. We do the modified the simulator. So we replace the boiler. We replace the boiler with the high temperature reactor. Yeah. So already done. We have three model, Pak. First model is a molten salt. The second model is of course HTGR, yeah. And then the third model is
PWR.
Yeah. But with three model, the best model is the best model that still can use steam turbine generator, steam turbine Python existing.
Yes.
No need to replace or to scrapping the steam turbine. Is the HTGR, yeah.
Of course, high temperature.
Yeah, high temperature. So we already done the simulation. Do the analysis. This is the good one, or the best suitable, yeah. For the technology in Python. So for Nusantara Power is a very interesting to be discussed about the repowering.
To be discussed.
To be discussed, to be joint study for repowering, because like Mr. Tomo said, decarbonization is not only talking about the nuclear. Python already study about the 100% biomass.
Yes.
Already doing study the co-firing 100% biomass. Now we study about the repowering. So the most important about the repowering or other technology to put in the decarbonization, I think is the affordable. So we not only talk about the system reliable, we not only talk about the carbon tax or carbon credit, yeah, but we need to consider about the affordable.
Okay.
So when we put the new technology in generation on electricity, it's important we consider about the tariff of the system.
Yes.
Local tariff of the system. So I think it's very interesting to.
Pari, is there a timetable? Is that mean that NP has put nuclear to coal to nuclear repower as a strategic plan, or this is just an idea concept, or is it already in the plan?
The repowering, maybe we will consider, yeah.
So it's not in the plan yet.
Not yet in our plan.
Not yet in the plan.
Yeah.
So it's just like an idea yet being sort of like brainstorm, right?
But I think it's a very, very, very interesting to be to be deep studying about the repowering, nuclear repowering. Yeah.
Hari, sorry to keep on pushing, but but because NP is the only one that is considering repowering, at least like they're doing something about it, right? So what does it takes for Nusantara Power to put repower in their strategic planning? What does it take? I mean, maybe government regulation, SDM regulation, or PLN instruction, right, from Pak Evi or Pak Suroso. So what does it take just to put it on the strategic plan?
So for NP to put the strategic repowering for coal to nuclear.
In Renstra, in the Renstra.
In Renstra, in RGPP, RGPP NP. So I think it's the system. I think PLN.
Oh, from waiting for a PLN instruction.
Not only waiting, I think. Not only we cannot waiting, but need to push from PLN from the system planning, ya.
System planning, ya.
But
that means Pak Edwin, ya.
Edwin.
Yeah.
But Pak Eko ya. But
Pak Eko Yudo kan?
Yeah,
but he's supposed to become.
Yeah. Yeah. I think for we need the planning system for from Pak Eko, ya.
From Pak Eko, ya.
Pushing, but not pushing. We already consider because we already studying about the every system big system in big electricity system in Indonesia. Yeah. We study with ATP. How about the system Sumatera, system Jawa, system Kalimantan? What kind of technology combining to have the best price for the system? We put the study with the ETP.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hari. So now we see that Nusantara Power has been thinking, has been doing simulation, but they cannot put it in the long-term strategic plan because no instruction from PLN. Not yet. So that's why we actually invite Pak Eko Yudo, the EVP, for that thing, but unfortunately he cannot come because I know that would be the answer. So we know now this is a question to Bugelang. So Bugelang, it's obvious now that to make this happen from just discussion, just doing study, to make it happen in reality, there has to be, PLN has to put it in the long-term strategic plan. If PLN put it there, then Nusantara Power will put it there, and Indonesia Power will put it there, and everybody will be going repowering around the globe, around Indonesia. So question to Bugelang, because Bugelang, you are involved in the national policy, what does it take for the government, right, to push PLN so that repowering, not only in policy level, but it's included in the long-term strategic plan of PLN? So in your opinion, what is it? What does we have to do?
Yeah, first is because of the president itself is concerned about nuclear power plant.
Yeah.
I think PLN has to consider as well. But for the repowering, because of this is quite new, maybe for PLN and other institution like MEMR.
MEML, what is that?
Ministry of Energy and Minerals. SDM. I think we have to introduce this repowering system to them, and encourage how they can consider as one of the technology.
So the key here is actually ASDM, yeah?
ASDM, and then ASDM will ask to PLN.
Okay.
Of course,
So that's why we actually invite Pak Jisman, but unfortunately Pak Jisman have some other thing to do.
And last last month,
Yes.
we have a discussion, small discussion with Pak Parman as well, Pak Parman, BRIN, and also ESDM
Yes.
for preparing for the nuclear power plant.
Yes.
Because of we have to submit report to the president and consider how what is not strategic, but how the president can select the technology starting from where. Yeah. For example, and we suggest that this first we cannot select the technology we mentioned there because of the technology depend on the investor.
Yes.
Yeah, and secondly, and we have to see the track record of the vendors. Yeah, this is important. But for the small scale, there is no vendors have experience on that.
Yes.
Except from China.
And Rosatom.
I don't know
And
the
the floating one.
Oh, the floating one. Yeah,
Floating one.
but it's not ability study. Same with the effect for the safety and everything, except maybe the build of the small scale is small shortened time compared to the large scale, but the effect is the same. Yeah. I think we have to consider whether this is small or large scale.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have to find vendor that can convince the government repowering is possible to be implemented there.
So you're saying that we have to find the vendor first, then put it in the Renstra. So it's not the other way around. Put it in the Renstra first.
To put it in the Renstra, but convince who will put it in the Renstra.
Okay.
Because of if there is some vendors that is convinced that repowering is safe and easy to implement, and then they have a record on that, and then it's possible to put it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you Bu Gelang. So next one to Pak Erwin ya. So before to go to Pak Erwin is that we also remember that the concept of free power actually is not just nuclear, right? In the beginning, I said that we can go to enhanced geothermal, as George already explained, right? That's why the in my T-shirt is C2X, coal to whatever, could be nuclear, could be enhanced geothermal, or could be thermal energy storage. Now, this thermal energy storage, before to Pak Erwin, is quite interesting actually, is that apparently most people know about thermal energy storage is the molten salt, right? Like not the molten salt reactor, just the molten salt, because it's been used in the concentrated solar. But we just find out from the Chinese, right? In Poland when we met, that in China they use hot rocks, right? So the heat from the coal plant, like in China, because it's cold in the mountains, right? When during the night, right? During the day the demand is low, right? So the excess power from the coal plant is used to hit the rocks, and the nighttime when the demand high, so the heating not coming from the coal plant, previously from the coal plant, right? So now coming up from the rocks, right? So I just knew then, it was told by the Chinese professor that I met in Poland. What's his name?
I think you mean Ning Li.
Ning Li, Professor Ning Li, which we invite, right? Well, this is a very good alternatives to thermal energy storage, and I did the rough calculations that it'll be fractional cheaper than battery energy storage, and we have a lot of trucks in Indonesia, right? So this is also a sort of like a scope of studies that we hope we in Repower Indonesia can do study together with ITB, Parinoe. We've been talking about this because it involves two disciplines. Number one is geology, right? Number two is mechanical engineering, right? Mechanical engineering. So having said that, so next to Pak Erwin is that Pak Erwin, with all this, so you've been working with the nuclear company previously, right? And you've done the report, and you were also previously in PLN, right? So in your opinion, right, how do we make this repower, personal opinion, right, from on the cloud to the ground? What's next? What next? We've done, there is the policy there, we have the discussion, the global trend is going to repower, and we did the study, and how do we make it coming down to the ground?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bob. I think if the system planning, long time system planning, I think we can plan greenfield nuclear power plant.
Greenfield new build, yeah?
New build.
New build is considered greenfield.
We take the system planning, yeah, like Indonesia make system planning first nuclear power plant in 2032 in Bangka. Okay, this is I think government, yeah, government need Indonesia first time operate the new nuclear power plant in 2032. But for the repowering,
yes,
this is
no plan yet, right?
yes, repowering depend the I think depend the who belong the power plant. Yeah, in Indonesia 50% coal-fired power plant belong to private company, IPP. Yeah, and then 50% belong to the PLN. Yeah, PLN group. Yeah, PLN group. So private company, majority private company is belong to Chinese company. Yeah, and then there are small belong to Japanese, like the Tanjung Jati Bay unit 5 and 6, 2 times 1,000 megawatt. This is pure IPP Sumitomo. So I think yeah, like because depend the regulation from the government, yeah. Like the reduce the carbon because this is the existing plant, not planning power plant, yeah, but this is existing, yeah, existing. So I think just only like the Bugelang, yeah, Bugelang, yeah. How about the existing plan in Indonesia? We have 60,000 megawatt, 40 gigawatt, 40 gigawatt in the grid system, and 20 gigawatt in the smelter, in the isolated in smelter nickel or the like this, yeah. We about 20 gigawatt, yeah, not in grid, and not in grid. So I think depend the regulation the government, yeah, how to reduce carbon dioxide from the existing plant, yeah. This is very important. Like the Nusantara Power, yeah. Maybe they have I don't know, maybe six giga. They have a plan, maybe, yeah. How about
how to reduce the emission?
Yes. So the other company from PLN, Indonesia Power, we don't know they have plan or no. And the IPP, and the smelter, yeah. Because we can, this is Nusantara Power Group, and this is the Indonesia Power, and how about the smelter in the Halmahera and Sulawesi, yeah. Because in Sulawesi and Halmahera about 20 gigawatt is a very big power plant, yeah, like this. I think depend who belong the power plant. Okay, thank you.
So, Pyrin, are you saying that actually to make this happen, we don't need additional regulation, right? Because it's already existing plan. What we need is actually the guts, the braveness of the owner, let's say if they are IPP, whatever, to propose, right? Is that what you're saying, right? Because everything is already there, right? And then you have the policy already, right? It's just that they propose, let's say if an IPP is selling electricity to PLN, maybe to renegotiate with PLN on the PPA, right? And then if it is captive market, isolated grid, then they can just do it, right? Report to ESDM. No? Okay, please explain.
I think IPP contract is a long-term contract.
Yes.
Yeah. There are not negotiation about the long-term contract.
So we cannot
because I think it's very difficult for the negotiation the contract because the capital is come from the bank.
Yes.
This is who pay the money from the debt from the bank. This is the problem. Government. If government have the money, I think no matter. Maybe the loan bank or grant from the financing company. Yeah, I think this is the problem because IPP contract is very long and very I think very expensive. Yeah, this is the problem.
So you're saying that the IPP cannot renegotiate the PPA to PLN. Is that it is true? Pak Didi? Huh?
Cirebon.
Cirebon.
Yeah. The Cirebon they can retire the
is working. Yeah, this is the problem.
Not working.
Yeah, this is the problem. I think.
Okay, please Bugalang. This is interesting, right? You know, when you get into the details, become stopping show stopping.
Yeah, learning from him because of I think we have another not regulation but commitment under second NDC.
Yes.
Yeah, because of second NDC said that is even is only 2035, but also show that is we want to achieve net zero emission in 2060 or sooner. But the peak of emission is 2035.
Yes.
But RUKN and RUPTL show us that the peak is maybe in 2037. And is it possible if the government have to push the power sector to save the peak emission 2035 by replacing introducing repower in the existing coal power plant? Because of both, we have both. First is develop renewable new energy with the low carbon, but the second we close down the emission from the coal power plant.
Okay.
This is together, but the difficulties one is Pak mentioned because of canceling the PPA.
Not canceling, renegotiation.
Renegotiation. It's rather difficult. But if we convince the owner to change the repower with the repowering, and then we don't have to renegotiation because of we don't have to pay for the penalty because PLN still have to buy from this facility, but renegotiation is have to directly to the owner. And I heard that Cirebon is belong to Japan company, and Japan is one of the JETP program. Yeah.
Right.
Is it possible that Japan will provide repower for early retirement?
Okay, so that's obvious. Next question is Pradidi. Pradidi, so you've seen, right? So it's when you go down to nitty-gritty, what Bu Gilang is saying, actually repowering can be a solution for the NDC, right? To move the NDC faster, correct? Yeah, because without repowering, we probably cannot achieve NDC, and NDC is a commitment, right? So whether we comply with the NDC, actually, if we go boil down to, is renegotiation of the PPA. Can it be done, Padidi? If cannot, then what letters that the government have to give so that PLN can, let's renegotiate. Let's make it happen.
Okay, thank you. The strict answer. But we had a discussion last week in Kuala Lumpur.
Yes.
Pak Aryadi attended and I also joined. We call it a flexible coal generation because of the VRA coming into our grid.
Yes.
And also Pak Haryadi asked the JP,
Yes.
the financing bank and also finance institution who will pay this transition.
Yes.
Who will, because Pak Haryadi said that we need a transition financing.
Yes, definitely.
Because when we switch from the coal to nuclear, we must shut down first. We cannot sell the electricity to PLN,
Yes.
if the IPP. Also, the flexible power plant, for flexible coal power plant, we need to add something, some equipment that maybe the technical minimum loading of the ML will go down.
Yeah.
We must add something. And when we add this equipment and the power plant is shut down, who will pay this? Because in the PPA, they already said that capacity factor may be around 80% or above. And then when we do this, when we do repowering or when we do the install new equipment, then the capacity factor must be below. Maybe 1 year is not producing, and then who will pay this fund? So there is also the question, who will pay this? Already said that it must be some maybe some source, and no one answer.
Yes, understand.
Yeah.
So that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we seen like that's why they call the devil is in the detail, right? So if we can get this detail out of the way, I mean, this is still in the clouds, it's not going down. George, you want something to add?
This is also a problem that Germany faces. So they put many power plants on reserve. And when they do not produce, they are not reimbursed via a PPA because they don't produce, right? So they implemented new mechanisms for few stages of reserve where they are sure, or the power plant owners make sure that they are ready to get on the grid and they're getting reimbursed for that. So it's adding on the system cost, and you could potentially learn from the German faults. So
yes,
you could not copy paste, but copy and
okay,
make it better.
so this looks like a different topics altogether, right? And then I think this is a good time to propose a second workshop called financing repowering, right? Refinancing, Albert. So this has to involve bankers, SBC, has to involve JP, the Japanese SDM. Yeah. So I propose we'll make it happen in Q1 26. Let's do it in Bali. You like Bali, right? So it has to be, let's commit in Q1 2026 to do a workshop for financing repowering, right? So having said that, let's last question to George, and before we open up a question for the audience, I think the audience already have a lot of questions in their mind. So George, so I would like to talk about the repower score, because that's the most concrete thing, right? And then people been very enthusiastic about this repower score, and you agree, right? Oh, yes. Please. So you already agreed that. So George, tell me if let's say that we put it there in Indonesia, and then we develop together. What are your hopes, right? And what are the refinement and the modification that you hope that can be done together with PLN and maybe ITB and IPPLN? Pak Erwin here is a lecturer now in Institute Technology of PLN. PLN has, and one of the strong point is actually IT. Yeah, Pak Erwin, yeah? It's IT. So what are your hopes, and what kind of modification and refinement that you would like to see in the repower score? And of course, tell us how you come up with this repower score. What's the story?
The storyline is like we, or as an organization, we came up with that idea. Not
so this is the only tools in the world, right? The only tools in the world.
It's the only tool in the world that maps all the coal-fired power plants according. It gives a score basically. How good is a certain technology to repower that plant, and it's summarizing many technologies, and it's a lot of data that you need to get in there. And until now, we developed it to a target audience, which is like decision makers, this PLN. So we would like to ask, or like we would have, it's beneficial for the tool to be used by PLN and vice versa. So what we are lacking until now is a clear case that the tool is applied on. So the mechanism is all integrated. It's all there. The information is there, but we need to get it shaped into a form that an asset holder can really transform and speed up the implementation. So we need asset holder involvement to work together and develop that tool for use, and that's like repowering Indonesia. That or an island, that would be a case that we can develop on, that the tool gives back a documentation, because until now it gives back a factor, which is nice, but as a utility you want, what's the peak ground acceleration, where did he get it from, like a real nice rundown, and where you argue and clearly evaluate that everyone understands why you come to that decision and why a certain reactor match is stated.
Okay, so now this when you develop the tools, AI was not there, and it's not there yet, right? There, of course, nowadays everything is AI, right? Even your phone is AI, your watch is AI. So if we integrate AI, how do you see AI integrated in the Repower score? What kind of features become an AI?
Yeah, we gotta be careful, because AI is, if the question is so important, and that's why I mentioned documentation, right? So you gotta be illegit and legible, and it's gotta be transparent for users and decision makers, regulatory bodies, how you came to that decision. So AI for documentation, and it's great, right? So if you give it clear boundaries, and also for researching the specs of the plants, of the grid, of the geophysical conditions, that's like spread out on many platforms on the web. So it's great for condensing the data if we give it clear boundaries, and if a human checks really where the data came from and there was nothing in there. So I think in the end it's going to be hard-coded. And then again, hard-coding a new tool is much easier with AI, and you can develop and build up modules, and that's going to be speed up by a factor of 10 if you know how to
Okay,
use it.
so definitely, right? Question is that can the tools, the Repower score, integrated to the system planning, like for example PLN using Plexus, right? And a lot of people here use Plexus, right, when they sort of like planning systems, right? So can this Repower score or Repower score, these tools can be integrated? If it's integrated, how do you use Plexus as well, right? So
No, we don't use it. We use an in-house tool, which is
you have also in-house tool
developed, which
for system planning.
System planning, applying weather years, and it really does exactly that. So
The same as Plexus.
it does exactly that. It plans. I don't know exactly what Plexus does, but
Okay.
the tool I'm talking about is planning which share of electricity generation fits into the system.
So how does it integrate with Repower score? The system planning tools that you have.
That would, like, we would want to integrate it and need
You,
to
you would
integrate
want to integrate it.
to get from a system level to a specific level where you have power plants, where you identify certain power plants and really lay out the best options, automized, but that fit into a system level.
Okay,
so it's
so-
twofold, right? It's always twofold.
So this integration to system planning is being done in QCL right now.
Exactly.
Okay, but not using Plexus, using your own tools.
Exactly. So
Okay.
that we would need to check, because
Very good.
the utilities use Plexus, I guess.
Yeah, they use
So you
Plexus.
gotta have an interface.
Yes.
So, but that should.
So meaning that we can work together developing this interface, right? This interface so that like via using Plexus, yeah. So from system planning to detail planning, right?
Yes, so we gotta be familiar with Plexus, I guess.
Yeah. Everybody is familiar with Plexus. Everybody in the front here except me, probably.
No, but it's like we see there is a real need for implementation. So
Yes.
we are very happy to make it implementable and to really shape the tool that we can implement it, because that's what we created for, right? So
Very
speed
good.
up this transition.
Okay, so so I think that you don't need to know that, right? So last question, George, before we open up the questions. Last question. So you've been working QCL with 6 countries, right? Including Indonesia. You have 6 countries.
6 or 7.
6 or 7 countries. So how do you see the development in Indonesia in repowering initiative compared to other country? You know, how do you rate? How do we progress? Because we've been, you know, Albert has been like 2 years, right? You just like recently joined. And how do you see us?
I'm on it since a year, yeah.
Eh?
Yeah, I'm on it since 1 year.
Oh, yeah, 1 year. I mean, Albert, we've been discussing 2 years, right? So how do we see us? How do you rate us? How do you the progress?
Yeah, what I sense is very, because I'm only seeing this one being born.
Yeah.
In my experience, and what I see very positive is the strong integration with regulatory bodies, with asset holders and utilities. So this is really beneficial, and that can be key that you be faster than others.
Okay. Okay, so because we are coming close, so I'll open up the discussion. I mean, question for the audience, maybe first 3, right? Okay, Pak Agus, please, Pak Agus.
Thank you very much. Very interesting discussions today. I think I'm from National Energy Council. I think National Energy Council wait for the first kind of repowering. Yeah, I know repowering is not easy, but have deeply calculations about technology and also maybe economics and how to prepare human resources in repowering. So we wait for the first kind of this project, pilot project. During the we think for the first kind, maybe National Energy Council will prepare about regulations for repowering, repowering C2N, C2 geothermal, and C2 thermal, molten salt, yeah. Okay, I think so. We need maybe national working group for this initiative to make how to improve human resources and also technology, and the other one regulation. I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clip, put hand. I mean, this is the most concrete thing. Pak Agus, as member of National Energy Council, hopefully you'll be elected again because they have election, right? We'll pray for you, Pak Agus, right? We'll pray for you, right? In November, there will be new members. So, yeah, hopefully Pak Agus will be elected again because very long process, George. Has to go to the parliament. Yeah, right. 100 people is going to be vote for him. 100 people.
May I add something to it?
But this is the most concrete thing, right? A working group, a national working group on repowering. Clap one for Pak Agus here. I think if he's get elected again. Right, Pak Agus? Thank God, we'll pray for you that you'll be elected. So if he is elected, then we'll ask his promise, right? We'll ask his promise, right? Bagus ya? That's a promise, okay? We'll ask. Okay, any other question? 2 more questions before we close? Anything? No, nobody? Okay.
May I add something?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Because, yeah, I would strongly advocate that you integrate with the power system studies for your variable renewables capacity build out.
Yeah.
So you make sure it's not competing against each other, it's complementary. So you really help the system being stable, and repowering can help.
Yeah. Yep. So this is a national working level. I think reading him is doing a regulation. What type of regulation should be developed so that eventually at the end the target is PLN. So PLN has a mandate so that to put repower in its long-term strategic plan. So that's the idea. So, any other questions? Nggak ada? So, oh ya Bugelang, please, Bugelang.
The first, we only consider PLN,
Yes.
but I think captive also have a big potential. For example, like a pulp and paper, yeah,
Especially
because
for
of yeah,
thermal energy storage, you can.
yes, and we know that as a paper industry have to export the product with the less carbon.
Yes.
So if we help them with the concept for repower, and then collecting biomass is rather difficult now. Even there is a lot of biomass there, they use 70% is biomass. But some of this paper industry is in Java Island, and the biomass is not there. And then we can help with the repower, so they can achieve zero emission for supplying energy.
Thank you. With that, please a big clap of hands for everybody here. Thank you very much, everybody. So we close this session, and then please we take picture together. And Bapak Ibu semua, please here keep just put the chair here, move here, so we sit here, and everybody can stand behind. Pak Agus di sini, Pak Agus. Yeah. So please everybody picture. Karino ayo. Iya dong semua, everybody. Yeah, this is historical. Enggak, duduk sini aja. Everybody was sitting here, sit there, so we can have to. Yeah, we can have. Bagus, bagus. Yeah, bagus. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, George, yeah. Yeah. Here, Albert. Okay. Ya, semuanya. Cukup ya? Oke. Ya, angkat semuanya. Repowering Indonesia gitu ya.